Up. I'm live at a bit of an unusual time, but that's because I'm doing a bit of an unusual thing. Oh, this is gonna suck. Why did I agree to do this again? Why did I think this would be a good idea? I should have made it 42 laps. That would have been so much better. Anyway, as I've been advertising for a little bit now, I am finally getting around to doing the 69 laps of the Nordschleife like I said I would. And I'm gonna regret this. Because I don't want to be using the wheel so late at night, I am of course going to be using a controller. But because it's probably one of the easier ways to do it, I'm doing it in Gran Turismo 6. So I'm using a DualShock 3 as a result. It works. Just about. Oh, this is gonna suck. Let's just get it started, shall we? I need to actually load the game up. I also need to turn the volume down, whether in-game or in OBS, because, oh boy, this car. So regarding the car pick, I'm sure I'll be saying this multiple times tonight, but trying to sign me in, I think. Can't do that. My login is invalid and there's no internet connection. Anyway, the car was a compromise, basically. I said I was going to choose one of the fan cars, but I wouldn't go with, like, the X2010 or such. At least not full power. I decided to try the 2J initially. Is that? That looks very dark on OBS. Like the capture levels are odd with it. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing, so we're gonna go with that. I was gonna go with the 2J, which, funny note, this is my main save, my original save from 2013. You can see bottom left. I used the Chaparral 2J a lot, and I didn't play this game a ton. It'd say, no, it only says 6,700 miles of driving distance. But, yeah. I wanted to use the 2J. Didn't work out. Long story short, the 2J is just too uncooperative. Doesn't handle well enough, which I knew it was going to be not great, but I was hoping that it would be better at least tuned, but no. Also, I don't know why the second 2J photo didn't load. Either way, that's being overwritten tonight. Because as you can see in the top right-ish, I'm going with the X2014 standard, which doesn't have 1,000 horsepower plus. It's like 700 something, I think. You can actually see from here. 798. So it's quite fast. But the idea, at least, is that it handles much better. Okay. We're going to turn that down a bit. We're going to do a single race, which is kind of silly, honestly. But we're doing it anyway. And I'm going to leave it on beginner, just because it's kind of funny. I don't need to be racing AI. I could do time trial, but this is a set number of laps. And beginner AI is slow. I want to see how many times I can lap them, potentially. What's up, Max? Oh, also, as it says in the title, any subscriptions, any bits, any tips, all the tips are going through Ko-fi now because Stream Elements, their built-in system doesn't work for me anymore for whatever reason, and, well, the only other thing is PayPal, which Ko-fi supports, so just use Ko-fi. But anyway, any of those contributions, bits, tips, or subs are counting towards the upcoming subathon, which starts pretty sure next Wednesday is what I've settled on. So just under a week from now. It is going to be a multi-day subathon, not until the timer runs out in one sitting, but across multiple streams, because that is much more reasonable. I'm running with manual transmission. I think all this is fine, yeah. The thing to remember is that any contributions are going to add double the time. So I think $1 adds 2 minutes, and it's basically equivalent across the board. Kind of. Something like that. Yeah, no weather, please. And I have to set it to earlier in the day. These cars have headlights, but let's keep it to daytime running if we can. So yeah, if you tip like $10, normally it would add 20 minutes. Today, during this stream only, it's going to add 40 minutes. So you want to add 3 hours to the clock really easily, a $50 tip will do it. Yeah. And this is all just adding to the initial timer. I haven't decided on the initial amount that's going to be there, but there's already over 3 hours additional added because of a previous time that I said I would add to this upcoming subathon timer, so yeah, let's go. And the reason why I ended up turning down the volume a bit, hopefully it's quiet enough, is that this car is quite something. We're going up here. I've got the wings basically maxed out, a little off the front wing, just to try and tame it a little bit, because it is very on the nose otherwise. Okay, maybe not super on the nose, because there's a lot of rear wing, but yeah, it's not a great sound, is it? I probably need to turn it down more, honestly. Can I do that from here? Race sound effects. Yeah, they had a decent 3D TV, remember that? They had a decent amount of options by GT6 in the pause menu. I was trying to go up the inside. Also, if you notice any tearing, I know I'm seeing tearing, so if you notice any tearing, apologies. It's just PS3 game is what it is. Remember, the AI are on the beginner difficulty, so they are very slow through the turns, in a car that can take the turns very well. Also, I can barely hear the car now. I'm gonna up my own volume. Okay, not third, apparently. Out of the fucking way, please. Also, Max, if you think it was bad back there, just wait until we get to the back straight. Also, up the hill. I was testing it earlier, and oh yeah, it was hitting just the right RPM to be terrible. Which is why I knew I had to turn it down. Hopefully minus 30 dB is quiet enough. Oh yeah, I have low-end high beams that I can control, fun fact. because Gran Turismo. So I think a reasonable lap time for this vehicle is just under 5 minutes, which is part of why I wanted to go for it. Because, again, it's not the full-on 1500 horsepower X2010, which is just absurdly fast. And Iniceto can apparently do the lap time in under 4 minutes. Thank you, Jimmy Broadbent, for that one. So this is a bit more tame than that. Again, just under 800 horsepower. This is the 2014 version, which is why it sounds the way it does. Still got a lot of downforce, and again, I added even more onto it because I could. Oh, my hands are going to be so tired, and it's not even going to take that long. And a 32-second Daytona lap. Yep. X2010 is fast, but it could be faster at Daytona, certainly. Too aero limited. Yep, that was way too fast. I'm so used to racing in GTA with the flicking of the stick instead of the smooth inputs that it's throwing me off a bit. Also, I guess I didn't pull the wing back far enough. Or the gearing back far enough, rather, to be getting all the way to top speed. Too much aero, and lots of sparks. Lots of sparks. So I was gonna raise it up a little bit just to try and help with that. Whoops. Where's the line? That is so late. But the reason why I didn't raise it up at all is because, well, there isn't an option to. Whoops. The ride height is set. I could adjust the other suspension settings, but I glanced over at chat and did not turn in enough. Yeah, so we're limited to what is set by default, and so there's a lot of sparking. I actually got confused by it earlier when I was testing things, because what is all that red? It looks like there's a fire ahead of me on the road. Oh, it's just the AI sparking away on the road. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how fast I can take that turn. Certainly not top speed. There's that sound. Yeah, when it gets stuck at that RPM specifically, or right around there, that was too fast. I didn't do a ton of testing earlier, just basically testing out the gearing and aero, seeing how it drove. Oh, and I don't actually know if it's going to do fuel and tire wear. Like, obviously the gauges are there and you can see the tires lighting up there. It does look like tire wear is happening. If it goes from bottom to top, at least. I don't remember. I haven't played GT6 regularly in such a long time. But yeah, I might have to make pit stops occasionally. I am great at this. Again, I'm on a DualShock 3. It is my newer DualShock 3, but it's still old. Nope. I'm trying not to slow down too much, and I'm not slowing down enough as a result. I've got a 42-second lead over second. Of course, I do YouTube corner reasonably well. Enough. It was far from perfect, but... Whoop. I hit the right stick, that's what that was. Well, that would be a massive death. How many laps it'll take for a clean lap? Never at this rate. There's also no neutral gear, which is weird. If you go full manual, I'd assume that there is, but I'm on controller. Yeah, that was fully flat out back there. Okay, so it's just straight side to side. Forward and backward do nothing. Clicking in that stick changes the low beams to high beams. Ugh. Fine. Still the previous lap. Well, okay. It was clean up until there. I think I lost 10 seconds to the AI in that first spin last lap. Based on the splits. Nice. I was wondering, like, wait, what are you going to do, Max? What could you possibly... Nice. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, this is going to take so long. The good thing is, at least if you go off like that, once you get the wheels back on the pavement, you can generally get it back up and going fairly quickly, because silly amounts of grip. That's 3 offs this lap so far. And I completely screwed that up. 4. The game might need to go down even more. Oh, Christ. I can just about hear it still. My computer volume's already at 60%, but, you know. I don't want to raise the volume on my computer up too much more because of the alerts. They're going to be stupidly loud at that point. Yeah, of course, the other thing is I can just turn the capture down in OBS so that I can turn it back up for myself. Because I do need to be able to hear it, as unpleasant as it is. Wide, very wide. Gap's over a minute. I kept the tire on the track. That was still legal, right? You can occasionally get away with using some of the curbs, even in this. You can also just go over curbs like that, though, because, you know, car has way too much grip. Way too much grip. Although, the problem is going flat out through there sets you up poorly for the next turn. Yeah, this is the hard compound, but I get the feeling that the tires should be wearing by now if they were going to be wearing. So... Also, the fuel needle hasn't moved at all. So I feel like whatever setting was required to make those work was not enabled. Oh, don't worry, the pit stops aren't very long anyway. Especially since pit entry? Come on. Go. Pit exit. Very short. Plenty. Storm. I've still not gotten even under sub 5 yet, which should easily be doable. Fairly easily. I didn't even have to be anywhere near full steering through there, mind you. The high-speed left, not the right-hander. Yeah, just mount that curb, why not? I am going to be mentally exhausted by the end of this, though. There's one for you, Storm. And another. Oh god, the tearing! There's nothing I can do about it. Just how the game plays. Like, not only does the PS3 not support VRR, but even if it did, I don't think the display would be too happy with VRR below 60 FPS. It doesn't seem to usually like that. Won't be falling asleep. Yeah. That's a benefit, I guess. Whoop. Cross the grass a little. That was terrible, but I don't try to drive perfectly. I just try to not do that. No, you can't cut across that curb, and that was too early anyway. Whoops. Yeah, this thing is realistically too fast for what I was wanting to do, but also 5-minute lap times are going to be much nicer than 6-minute lap times or 7-minute lap times. And it's just funny being able to die. Being able to go flat out through turns like that when you're not getting on the grass. It's already been 20 minutes, and only coming up on the end of lap 4. It would be nicer if the PS3 controllers, the triggers on them, R2 and L2, if they didn't curve inward. You know, they're more like the Xbox controllers, where they curve outward, so that it gives your finger a spot to rest instead of giving your finger a spot to slip off of. I have to keep a fair amount of force on the trigger just to ensure that it stays down as a result. Rarely get any time with my finger not on the throttle. Why did I have to say 69 laps of the Nordschleife? Why couldn't it have been 69 laps of French countryside? That would have been so much better. It's in this game as well. Some version of it. Because reasons. Yeah, it wouldn't be as interesting that way, but it'd be so much nicer to drive because it's just a bunch of straights. And finally fully off the track. That was a lot better lap in that regard, at least. 69 laps of whatever oval there is. You got Daytona and Motegi, I believe. I think Motegi Oval is still in this. Maybe not. Considering it was taken out, what, 2011 earthquake? I think it was 2011. 69 laps of special stage Route X. Oh, that would have been the play. Actually, wait, which one is X? I always mix up two of them. I never remember the name to both of them, so I don't know which one is which as a result. There's the humongous oval. Yeah, okay. Special Stage Route X is another oval. But that one's just flat out all the time. Basically just a draft fest if you have cars that are close enough in performance. It's how I beat a Viper with a CRX one time. Anyway, there's that, but then there's also the highway. The Japanese highway, one of the other special stages. 7, 11, I don't remember, it's not 5. But you basically, it's highways plus a big bridge, and you're just on that using exit ramps to turn around at either end. That's mostly straight up as well. And I finally went wide there. Still didn't hit the barrier though. So the Motegi Oval is in GT6. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting enough oval. It's certainly unique in that it's not symmetrical. Indy. Oh yeah, Indy is in this, isn't it? One of those gears will work. I completely forgot that they added Indianapolis. Yeah, we're gonna be getting enough of that sometime soon anyway, so don't need that in this. Yeah, the Dottinger Hoa is great, except for my right finger. Right hand in general still doesn't get a break. Indy Oval is slower than Daytona. Gee, who would have thought? You're telling me that tighter radius corners are slower than more open ones? Yeah, I get that, Max, but still. Where am I going? I'm trying to read chat is the problem. Also, yes, I can send you the isolated soundtrack of just this car. Just the game. Well, unfortunately, it's not just going to be the game audio. It will have the sector beeps. And all the mistakes. But, for the most part, it's just the engine sounds. Whoop, that was the wrong thing to do. I was turning on the high beams and I slightly tilted the stick too much. So you can see the high beams are on. Does make a slight difference. If I tilt the right stick to the sides, it makes me look sideways. But clicking in the right stick toggles the high beams. So if I go to toggle the high beams and don't keep the stick perfectly straight, or if I just brush the right stick... Yeah. Also, finally had a sub 5 minute lap the previous lap. And I'm 2.5 minutes ahead of the second place AI. Yeah, unsurprisingly, it doesn't like the carousel, the inside bit. I don't think that there's a carpet on the right side there. I think that's just pure grass. Where in AC, there's a bit of carpet or whatever there. That's a bit higher traction than just bare grass. I don't think it's actually a carpet, but it's not pavement. Yeah, I don't think it's in this version of the Nordschleife. Whoops. Yeah, Max, I can see that being annoying. I think L3 on this is the horn, but as you can hear, this car does not have a horn. Wonder if I could have given it a horn. GT6 had this weird thing where you could customize extra things, including the horns of vehicles. I'm trying to, like, relax my hands a little bit, and this is what's happening. You hear cracking, sorry. This is the only time I can do it, though, and I don't have a ton of time to do it. Almost 3 minutes ahead a second. Alright. Pit stop, anyone? Come on, get around the corner. Wasn't planning on doing this, but that works. You know, I should have bought racing softs. I only have the hards. Should have bought the soft compound if it was not going to do tire wear. First and second gear are useless once you're at speed. Time to restart? Nah, I'm good. The hards are sufficient. Already a half an hour in after all. 6 laps completed. Yeah, whatever RPM that is just fantastic. Also, if you're wondering why I'm on the T-cam view, well, I'm not doing this. I don't want to be this close to the ground, and the cockpit view is too laggy. Oh, Christ. Just say it twice, why don't you? Well, thank you, Anonymous. I'm sure you're not one of only a couple of people, but You're anonymous, so I don't know who to call out on it, and I won't even try, but thank you for gifting a sub to that user. Also, don't entirely mind the bot. The end time, it says it's keeping track of the end time in the background. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you to this anonymous as well for gifting yet another, well, gifting a sub to yet another wonderful name. And are those adding, is that adding the right amount of time? I'm not sure it is, but I'll have to look into that. Either way, I have the script running in the background so that stuff gets calculated properly in theory, but it might not be. $33, is that right? It shouldn't be 33 minutes. Is it using... Oh, God. No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, boy. Really? Alright, thank you for anonymous number 3 or 2 or 1. I don't know how many of you there are, but thank you very much for another gift subscription. We're apparently 50% of the way to the sub goal now, thanks to all these anonymous gifts. Appreciate it. I hope these users with their wonderful names enjoy the subscriptions. I am not driving very well. And I have no clue what metric ARPABot is using to add time to the timer. Either way, just ignore it. It's keeping track of things in the background. That's all that matters. Even if I have to sort out the exact values after the fact. The main thing is... That is why it's even printing out messages. It took me part of the straight to type that, but that's fine. Because of the upcoming subathon and it keeping track of how much time will be added to the initial clock, and yeah. I think it's adding an incorrect amount of time. I just don't know why. The problem is, you know, I have this whole system for the bot to keep track of stuff for subathons or tipathons, and the problem is, because I only use it like once a year at most, typically, I don't know, I only use it once a year, I don't remember how it works. So I have to remind myself. There's another one. Another wonderful name. Also, that one was definitely 33 minutes. Thank you once again, Anonymous. Anonymous number 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't know how many of you there actually are. Doesn't matter. Your contributions are greatly appreciated, and you are... Well, thank you very much for the 10 sub gift bomb you just got here. I'm sure you did, and I appreciate the gift subs, Predominant. Jesus. I'm not looking where I'm supposed to be. Yeah, thank you very much, Predominant. That just shot up the clock a lot, apparently. What's up with the sub count out now? 25? Holy shit. Keep in mind the sub goal that's currently in place on Twitch, like, you know, the Twitch sub goal that they have built into the site. I didn't set that goal. Also, apparently there's a hype train going, so use your bits and subs now, I guess, because choo-choo, mother bleeper. I hope these 10 people who got gifted subs appreciate it just as much as the other few who got gifted subs with all their wonderful usernames. The fact that those are usernames on Twitch, though, like, wow. It's impressive how many names there are out there. Why am I down there? Yep. Get thrown into the wall. Oh boy, am I going to be able to do another sub 5-minute lap? Not driving like this, I won't be able to. Get off the grass. The one nice thing about using my Xbox controller as opposed to a DualShock 3 is that I have one of the paddles on the back set up to be throttle. Specifically, a paddle on the left side of the controller, so that I can take my right hand off of the controller, versus with a PlayStation 3 controller, I don't have those paddles, and so, as a result, one-handing the controller is basically just removing my left hand, and I don't have access to brakes, but it is one-handable, at least at that point. Anyway, my point is to say that, like, I've got my computer only handling the stream and nothing else. Okay. Anonymous user sure did do that, didn't they? Thank you very much, Anonymous. Again. Lots of people getting subscriptions tonight. Lucky them. Oh boy, the tearing. Anyway, point is, you know, I agree. Thank you, Geeson, for the gift sub to, Fuckers? I don't know. However you want to pronounce that. How is that a username? Hype Train level 4? Jesus. No, you? No, thank you, Anonymous. Some very interesting names on Twitch. Like I said before, I think. Just... wow. Anonymous is really going crazy, aren't they, Predominant? I wonder who they could be. Lots of wonderful people getting to enjoy my, on the subject, honestly, with all these usernames, my wide-open butthole emote. Buttholes, even. Multiple. Lucky them. I glanced over at chat, and that's what happens. Yeah, that emote. That was terrible. Okay. Thank you, Anonymous. There was extra sounds there because apparently that sub goal was hit. I'm assuming Twitch probably will make a new one. I don't know what it will set it to, but whatever. Yeah, thank you very much, Anonymous. All these anonymous users tonight. So generous. Wide Open Butthole 12 gets to use my Wide Open Buttholes emote if they wish to. Alright, Predominant. Thanks for swinging by for a little bit. Have a good one. Hopefully work goes well for you. I wasn't thinking that another sub would have triggered it, but I guess it's set to sub points and not sub count. Right, Predominant. No, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Especially with all the shit that requires money in my life currently. How many fucking batteries? No, it's not, bot. We're ignoring ARPABot. I will be taking a break, probably somewhere closer to 10 or 11, but I'm not going to be taking hourly breaks like I normally do. Also, it's been almost an hour already? Jesus. I touched the curb. I'm so used to going up multiple gears, it did not work. Why did... I imagine the hype train is still going on, right? It is. You guys still got probably a little bit longer if you want an emote from that. Or maybe not, I don't know. Oh, you know, I see. Okay. I see what's going on. I know why the bot is adding 30-some minutes. That's why. I was updating everything and I didn't set it correctly. I didn't set seconds, I was setting minutes. Which slightly screwed it up. Because the units don't convert exactly, you know? Why it's doing 33 minutes, though, is still a bit odd, but yeah, that's a configuration on my end that needs fixing. Good to know. Because it is registering them correctly. Oh, there's the hype train. Level 5, 23%. 17 gift subs. Jeez. Yeah. 29 subscribers currently. That's the highest it's been in quite a while. All thanks to Predominant and a whole bunch of anonymouses. I got no clue who they are. That'll get you like a AA battery or two. Yeah, but I don't need them because we've got spares downstairs. Yeah, in case anybody doesn't know, the reason, or part of the reason why I'm doing the subathon, and thus the extra initial funding now for it, is that well, I got a number of expenses, and this is basically my only real source of income. The problem is, I've got some very expensive batteries to replace, among other things. I mean, I've been putting off a number of expenses for years at this point, realistically. OBS, please. But not only is my UPS in need of new batteries, which is going to be about $100 US, but also, my car needs a new battery, which is like $200. I mean, there is a battery I saw that is supposedly compatible with it for like $100, but when it's the only option anywhere near that value, you really think that's what I'm gonna stick in my car? I'm on a budget, but I ain't stupid. Tight budget, rather. Get what you pay for, and I don't want to find that out the hard way with that. So yeah, unfortunately, regular battery is going to be like $200. It's not an AGM battery, at least. That thing would be fucking expensive as hell. It's just a regular old traditional style, more traditional style, at least lead acid. Yeah, Storm. I mean, I don't know what they were the last few years. This battery I actually bought back in May of 2020. The one that's on its way out. And that was, I think, with the core charger moved, like 120. So I'm looking like 50 to 75 or so more for a battery now, which isn't terrible, I guess, all things considered, but that's still quite a significant increase. How are the AGMs? Not that terrible. I remember talking to my father, because one of his cars needs an AGM battery, and needing to replace it, it was like $300+, which, you know, taking into account my battery from a few years prior, was like, that's ridiculous, you know, 3 times more? Whoops. 3 to 350 for longest warranties and such, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I know I could oh boy. This is what I was talking about right at the start of the race, seeing like these fires going on ahead of me. You know, Max, you're not wrong, but shut up. I don't know, Storm. It was a fairly recent model year, 2020 something. 2 or 3. I don't know if it required it, but that's certainly what it had. But yeah, I would think that it probably required it if it's a newer car, because yeah. Whoops. I don't know. Point is that, like, if I want to replace effectively 3 batteries, it's gonna cost me like $300. So I'm going to be doing a multi-stream subathon, because please help me if you can, I need the money. Basically. Hi. Get out of the fucking way! Jesus, just sitting in the middle of the track. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same to you, because fuck you. Whoops. Yeah, probably storm. I tried. I wonder who this is ahead of me. Surely that's not Foster, is it? Shows you're a prototype driver. Shush you. Nope, not first place. There's still a car ahead of me. Yeah, technically I don't need the UPS battery, though I really don't like having my desktop not on a battery backup at the moment. I've never had to put up with this desktop, so not a great feeling, but yeah. Ideally for the subathon, I think my ideal target, like ideal situation, Predominant showing off his new emote. The ideal situation for the subathon, I'd say, like, if everything actually goes well, $500 is extremely optimistic, but would be very helpful, because then that would allow me to replace both of the batteries, or all three of them technically, and have a bit more on top for bills and other such things. It's very optimistic, though, and I don't actually expect that to happen, especially in this economy, but yeah, won't know until I try, I guess. Beginner AI really do just slam on the brakes going into corners. Also, now I've got a lap on the leader, which means they're gonna trigger the thing now. No? I was thinking they just went over the thing, so I don't know. Either way, plus one lap. Does it just stop giving split updates once you're plus one lap? We already come up with an idea of a race-a-thon? Maybe at some point, but also last lap was a 4:55? Holy shit. What have I been doing for the last 9 laps? And this lap, probably. That was the brakes. Alright, this lap I encountered the stupid AI. Yeah, I mean, I'm not against the idea of a race-a-thon sort of thing. Not entirely, at least, but also minus one lap. There you go. Sure. I feel like if I was to, let's just say I was to integrate it into the subathon somehow, I don't think I would want the event to start until very late on. In terms of, like, tracking. And I mean, the obvious choice for, such a thing would be, I can't even remember the name of it, but it's the stupidly long one in Assetto. Like, stupidly long. Hi, Kiosk. Makes this one look like Child's Play. Yeah, Targa Florio, probably. Because, you know, with a regular car, that's like a 45-minute lap or so, so... Why does this feel like an RC car? And it kind of looks like one. Oh, okay. Chaos, this thing... Oh god, Max. This thing has like 800 horsepower, a shit ton of aero, and a fan on top of that sucking it to the ground. So it's very fast and very grippy. Also, it's fake. It doesn't actually exist in reality. Yeah, again, the movement is just because it has so much aero one way or another that it just sticks to the ground like crazy. Like, that turn should not be easy flat at 200 miles an hour. Combine them into one singular circuit. Storm? No. Yes, Predominant, you like your emotes. We know. Storm? No. Bad. Hitting the 1 hour mark in YouTube corner. Gotta be appropriate for something, right? It's a shame that you can't really make your own tracks in this game anymore. You wouldn't necessarily be able to make a stupidly long one, but you might be able to do something stupid with it. I wonder if any of my old track creations are still there. Yes, I'm racing on a controller Predominant. A DualShock 3. So it's a time. Specifically, it's a DualShock 3 with replacement controller grip thingy toppers. Because the sticks are all sticky, and not just because they're sticks. It's a PlayStation 3 Predominant, what do you expect? Not like I'm doing this on PC or something. I had good luck with getting PS3 emulator working properly anyway in the past. When I have the actual hardware sitting right there, perfectly functioning, why would I not use it? Yeah, I could have just done this in AC, but it's not nearly as forgiving. Well, I could have made it forgiving, I guess. Either way, this is what I went with. Shift up. Yeah, Flug plots is not an issue. Most things are not issues in this car. Also, end of this lap. Yes, 1 lap gap. Thank you, game. End of this lap marks 1/3 distance. No, it doesn't. What am I saying? 1/3? Like, not even close to 1/3. 39 is not 69. Thank you, brain. 23, not 13. At the end of this lap, there will be 10 laps to 1/3 distance. Bonk. No, this is easy, flat. It's this that you need to slow down for. That's another thing. Doing this in Assetto, I'm not sure if I could have gotten one of these silly fan cars with just the right setup. This, at least, I can tweak it and have a couple of cars to choose from in the first place. Because, I mean, why would you make an X2014 version, especially a lower tuned version, when the X2010 in all its glory exists? Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Max? Only 700 horsepower, though. This has 800. Such a difference. It's 10 minutes for you, yeah. Whoops. Something that rivals the likes of the HKS livery creation. Yeah, I would think that would be much worse, actually, but still funny to bring that up in the first place. A Rendingle. Whoop. Oh no, I went off at YouTube corner. Anyway. Yeah, just do it yourself, Storm. Then you don't have to pay anyone anything. It'll just cost you your sanity. That's all. Sparks. That was way too late. Lap times are measured in hours. I mean, that would be a very big track. Yeah, there are some existing mashups that are out there, aren't there? Ah, damn. Settle down. Targa Florio, but only with the right car. Also, that last lap was barely not sub 5. 5 minute point 1. You know, it's a good thing that I didn't put in an extra incentive to do this with changeable weather. Granted, I wasn't thinking about what game I would actually do this in at the time, so there's that. Whoops. I'm imagining that 455 was fairly clean. I don't know how it would have been so fast otherwise. Hey, don't go out there. -1 lap. Yeah, well, that requires using piece of shit too, though, Storm. Changeable conditions actually would have been quite interesting because, you know, GT6 actually has pretty decent weather variability, if I remember correctly. Considering what it is. I don't know if it varies or if it's global, though, is the only thing. Really a shame. Piece of shit 2 actually did have a really good weather system in it, didn't it? Yeah, sorry. Itch. Needed to scratch. It was good to a degree. I mean, it's a piece of shit too, so it's always gonna have its issues, but... Compared to AC, though... Certainly, at least you could work with different weather conditions that weren't just dry. That was a mess and a half. You just get off into the grass at the wrong point, you're not recovering. You're just in the grass until you slow down enough. Thanks, Dangle. Yeah, even with this, that turn is still super sketchy. Didn't die. Was better than LMU is currently. Well. That is true, Storm. I'm braking too late for that corner. OBS! OBS! The fuck are you doing? Hello? Can you fucking not? You done yet? Please. It's just hanging out around 50 FPS instead of actually running at a smooth-ish 60. Windows, are you doing something stupid in the background? I swear. Where is it? Fuck you. Yeah, I killed the Windows Update service and it immediately went back to 60. Fuck off. Whoops. Nuke the update process and it stops. What a classic. I mean, Microsoft is going to have to pull some real bullshit out in order to update my computer. Like, as it stands currently, without changing group policies, they cannot force Windows 11 on me. Because Windows 10 Pro, so you know sure as fuck I'm going to utilize those tools. Yeah, I gotta update mine as well, my desktop, but I've been putting it off because change. Yeah, that was way too fast. With everything that's going on currently with the stream, I don't really want to push my luck with it. Bonk. Suboptimal, but it worked. Yeah, of course, they're not, I don't think, as a result of the way my setup is, I don't think they're ever going to offer me the ESU option. Especially because, like, I'm on a local account and I don't have all the stuff configured properly. But there are apparently ways to force it, so hopefully I can just get it going via that. I have my system very much locked down. I don't have an account signed into it except maybe at the store. The Microsoft store. I think I might be signed in there, but that's it. So, like, you know, I don't... Damn grass. I don't have most of the things set up for them to want to give me the setting. But I also don't want to sign in with an account or turn on all the telemetry if that's actually a requirement or anything else. So if I can force it along some other way, that'll be what I do. Yeah. Probably Storm. But again, I think at the end of the day, I'm not going to get it because I am locking myself to this exact version of Windows 10 via group policy. Specifically so that they cannot force any updates on me, but as a result, I think that means that they can't also offer ESU as an update option because that's not what I'm currently locked to. It blocks Windows 11 updates, but it might also block the ESU update as well. I don't know. I haven't seen it come up yet, certainly. And I have looked. So I just need to tinker around with stuff, but not right now. Not until after the subathon, because there's no way in hell the subathon's gonna last more than a few streams. Right? Whoops. Yeah, like I said, Storm, it ain't there. And I have that update. The one that broke my fucking start menu somewhat. Whoopsies. It's about now that I would actually be starting my stream normally if this were a regular stream night, which it's not. Next week, though, I'll be streaming at this time, probably. Again, part of the subathon. I'm good. I can already technically figure it out, but I will be interested to see exactly how much time has passed when I hit the end of lap 23. Since, you know, that will actually be the 1/3 point. 1/3 of the way through. That was slow. Oh, it's already been an hour and a half. High beams on, high beams off. On, off, on, off. They don't come into play now, but they are there. So if I actually ended up going with the Chaparral 2J, which again I didn't choose because it just was not very nice to drive. That doesn't have headlights, I believe? I think, maybe? I don't know, did Can-Am require headlights? Might have had them. I feel like I don't know. Either way, if that didn't have headlights, then yeah, definitely wouldn't want to be doing this at night. Technically, that was an option, but I very purposely started this at 9 a.m. in-game. Specifically so that it wouldn't be running into the nighttime. It's better for viewability on stream as well. Wee. Yeah, the car looks a little beat up at this point. Can't look at the sides of it, unfortunately. It's a little beat up, though. Handbrake. Not the vehicle type. My hands need a rest. Brake. That was not long enough. Whoops. Lots of skid marks in that turn at this point. I wonder exactly how many skid marks this game will actually retain until it starts deleting them. It's a PS3 game, surely you can't retain all of them. Granted, it's not laying down as many as it probably could be. And I doubt the AI are adding any unless I'm nearby them. And even then. Yeah, ignore the ones that were out there. Whoops. Yeah, that should have been in third gear, not fourth. Oh, I am so not used to steering and, well, just one-handing a PlayStation 3 controller in general at this point. Not used to it, because I haven't done it in so long. That was me trying to take my right hand off of the controller for a little bit and just keep throttle on by pressing it into my leg. You saw how well it went. Yep, took my hand off again. Again, that short pit stop was not enough. I'm only hitting 4 minutes there. This is not going to be a very fast lap, is it? Well, it is a pit lap, so that kind of makes sense. Bonk. Creaky noises. And squeaky noises. We're okay. "17 laps complete of 69. That was a weird interaction with the curb. Like, partially rode up it and then got rejected off of it almost. Nope. Slightly too late on the brakes there, and spun around. Let me into reverse! Okay, fine, I don't need reverse. Also, I did look. Everything was in good condition on this car. It had less than 30 miles, actually. So it wasn't in need of an oil change or a wash or anything. It's gonna need a full service by the end of this race. I should probably do that before I log off completely for the night, just to be kind to it. I need a car wash at the very least. Trip through the car wash. Besides, then we can see the animations that they added to GT6 to show the car wash going on and the oil change and all that wonderful stuff. But that is multiple hours in the future from now. Get off of the curb and grass. I don't really have anything in particular to talk about at this point. Turns out not much has happened between yesterday and today. Considering I just streamed last night, anything I could have talked about, I probably would have. Oh, Foster is fighting for the lead. You see that? There was a change of position and then it went back. AI are having their own battle, apparently. -1 lap. Slipstreaming down in her I guess. Yeah, just over-rev the engine, why not? Help slow the car down. Of course, you know, going back to the whole longer track thing, there is a track that's longer than this, and now I don't mean the full combined circuit for this. There is a track that is in this game that is longer. I don't know how easy it is to actually race on it, I don't think it's in the regular track list. I saw OBS drop frames or, you know, not render them or whatever. I saw it stutter, so I got distracted trying to figure out if Windows was doing its thing again. No, it was just a regular old stutter. But yeah, the longer track in GT6. Oh, what's it called? I'm probably not saying the right name. The pronunciation shouldn't be an issue, really. Maybe slightly, but what is it? I think Circuito de la Sierra, I believe, something like that. I'm not sure if you can run regular laps around it, but that track is much longer, I believe. Or maybe not. Even if it's not much longer, it's much more difficult because I just don't know it. Whereas I know the Nordschleife. Yeah, lapping the Nordschleife is not that difficult at this point. The difficulty with this is the car I'm using and the controller I'm using in the game that I'm playing. No, you evil. What's up? I was wondering if you would show up, since it's a Gran Turismo title. Though honestly, I can't blame people who don't want to stick around for this wonderful engine sound. As a reminder to anybody who wasn't here for the first lap or two, the volume's down to like 35% in-game, which is sub 35, minus 35 decibels, apparently, according to OBS. It's not the vacuum cleaner aspect so much as that. This RPM range right here. Sounds wonderful. Is there an RPM readout? Not here. I mean, it's more precise here. Yeah, it's right around like 14.5 to 1500 RPM. Where it gets really nasty sounding. Not in a pleasant way. There's a wall there. Yes, Evil, thank you. Well. I do wonder if Twitch reset the sub goal at all, because I can't see that. I mean, there is one way to see it, I guess. However, we're kind of reaching the end of the straight where it would be reasonable to do it. If it has done it, I imagine it probably just went straight. It either did 40 or 50, but I wouldn't be too surprised if it just went to 50 because, you know, that's a reasonable sub goal. Oh, fun, Evil. That's always a fun process. I need to do a clean reinstall at some point as well, but looks like that won't be happening for another year thanks to extended support for Windows 10. Oh, nice, Evil. Wonderful. Speaking of wonderful, yeah, thank you, Car. We know you sound like that. Oh, my hand is not happy about this. My hands both, honestly. Xbox controller, modern Xbox controller, certainly more ergonomic than a DualShock 3. Not to mention I can actually put that controller down occasionally when I'm typically using it. Not using it for an hour 40 plus straight. Near enough. We're going to be coming up to lap the AIs again sometime fairly soon. Still probably another lap or two in it, but not terribly far off. Oh, that's a fun issue to have, Evil. Yeah, I notice with my drive, since I have rain meter up every now and again, I'll look at it and I'll notice that the drive free space can change a bit. Like the other day it was reading 81 point something gigabytes, and then by the time I was shutting my computer down for the day it was already up to 84 gigabytes. Currently it's at 83 gigabytes. Wait, did I finally do it? I crashed at YouTube Corner! It only took until lap 20. Yeah, that's fair enough, Evil. Whoops. Yeah, I'm not running super low on my C drive, fortunately, but it's also not got a ton of space either. Oh, okay, we're catching the back markers sooner than I expected. I brought it up because I figured we'd be catching them not terribly far off, but yeah, no, we're closer than I thought we were. And to think that this was hitting the limiter at one point, I think the gearing was slightly shorter, but it was still going a bit faster than this before I put all the extra aero on. I think the biggest problem with having a computer, a gaming computer, is for storage. If your only drive that is an NVMe drive is your boot drive and it's not super high capacity, you're gonna have issues. That's one thing I've noticed. Because, like, for instance, I had to put GTA 5 onto my SSD because it just wouldn't keep up otherwise at times. The problem is my boot drive is only 500 gigs, and it's the only NVMe drive I have. Which is a slight issue. Ah, I missed. Not how I was planning on doing any of that, but it's what ended up happening. Get away. But AI. Evil, have you tried using any, like, external tools? Not like external of the computer, but, you know, third-party tools to see what's where and whatnot? I know, like, one of the things I do to track down space is use a piece of software called Tree Size. Well, free. Tree Size free, specifically the free version. Makes it really nice for breaking down what folders are taking up the most space, and showing you which files are what. I actually just cleared out a bunch of files on my external drive, just going through and deleting shit that was in my backups on there. Because I don't want to delete, like, settings files, but old cache files at this point, I don't need them. Delete them, and along with some other things that just weren't necessary because of the way that I end up doing my backups typically. I ended up freeing up a lot of space, which is good because I dipped under 100 gigs of free space on that drive. That helps. But yeah, I don't know how you're doing things, obviously. Okay, have I lapped first place or second place twice now? Was that second place? It looks like it might have been. I'm trying to read chat, can you tell? Yeah, that's understandable, Evil. That is perfectly understandable. Yeah, good. That is certainly one way to clear up a bunch of space, is just nuke the drive. Backing up anything important beforehand, of course. If applicable. That came out kind of weird, but I'm not gonna yeah, anyway. Yeah, that's actually part of the reason why I don't really want to nuke my install and reinstall, is because of that whole limited storage space. Like, I could manage, but again, that external drive that I have, which is the only one that has any amount of space left free on it, any significant amount, is I think somewhere around like 170 gigabytes free. And that's a, well, 5.45 terabyte drive. 6 terabytes, but, you know. Giga versus gigabytes. Decimal versus binary. Do they, Abel? I mean, I believe it. I have Assetto Corsa installed on my D drive, and yet screenshots and replays by default save to the C drive in the Documents folder. I think I've got over 5 gigabytes of images. Maybe not 5, but at least 2, certainly. I've got a lot of high-quality images in there. And the replays I long ago... Oh, I guess that's also another tip. Long ago moved them to another drive with the use of junctions. That's always one way to get a program to use a different drive even if it doesn't want to. Just create a junction linking one directory to another on a different drive, and the programs know nothing else, know nothing of it. Just, yep, no, that's totally the directory that I intend to save data to. It's definitely not on a different drive, except it actually is. Oh, you even went so far as to change stuff to the other drive, I see. At that point, junctions might not be the cleanest thing to do because you're potentially linking system folders, which is not necessarily the best thing to do. I'm not entirely sure if it's terrible, but that is one way to get around that. Oh, Evil, there's definitely a lot of stuff in your app data folders. There's definitely a lot of stuff up there. There always is. Not a problem that you have necessarily, but I know with my Stream Deck install, for whatever reason, it likes downloading, like, plugins repeatedly. Like, default plugins or something. And it just does that every single time I launch the software. Which, fortunately, isn't on boot. I only launch it when I actually need to use the Stream Deck, which is typically only for streams. But while none of them are particularly big, it does add up. And when you got a whole bunch of shit using the temp folder as their storage space for not-so-temporary data at times, oh boy. I think that's actually how hardware info works, is that it keeps its active memory in the temp folder. Which is technically fine. You know, it is temporary in a sense that, like, once the computer shuts down, it doesn't matter. But, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a benefit, Evil. Welcome to the modern era of internet. Though that only goes so far. Cloud save specifically. Wee! Hey, the last 2 laps have been 456s. Neat. This lap probably won't be, though. Yeah, I've used Symlinks, or junctions, technically, a number of times. Generally for moving game-related data off of a drive that I don't want it on. Works well. I hit the right stick, and yep. I think the 2 main ones I used it for were replays in Assetto and replays in GTA. Because, you know, those could accumulate. I think by default it only stored up to 25 gigabytes of replays, but you could up it to like 50 or 100 even, I think. I think I had mine set to 50, but yeah, that takes up a lot of space. My problem is that like I said, I have GTA 5 installed on my boot drive because it kind of needs it, but also I have 5M installed on my boot drive and all its cache files are on the boot drive as well, and kind of need to be for optimal loading. If this tipathon goes super well, and I mean like in excess of $1,000, probably well in excess of $1,000 total, would I consider adding more storage to my computer? Probably. I'd definitely be getting more external storage. I do technically have an empty M.2 slot. Well, technically I have 2, but one of them only works with an 11th gen CPU, and I've got a 10900K, so the top slot doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I do have a second M.2 slot, so there's nothing preventing me from putting another drive in this. Well, there's one big thing, and it's called money. Go figure. But like I said, I'm running the subathon next week, and thus the extra funding today for the timer. The initial timer, because I need money for things. And the 2 big things right now are batteries. One for my car, and then technically 2, but it's all in one pack for my UPS. The car being the obvious priority. God, a 2 terabyte M.2 would have been wonderful. The problem is when I built this computer, those were way too bloody expensive. I think at the time a 1 terabyte drive would have cost over $100. Yep, bit too wide. I think the one I have was a bit under 70. And it's only 500. And that was for a Gen 3 drive, never mind Gen 4 or Gen 5. Of course, in case it wasn't obvious by the 10900K and everything. The other issue I have is that I need to be mindful of my SATA ports because the M.2 slots that aren't the top slot don't go through the don't go to the CPU directly. They go through the chipset, so SATA ports start getting dropped off. I've got enough to populate both M.2 slots and still keep all the drives I have in there currently. I just might need to move some cables around. Honestly, going through the chipset isn't that bad of a thing, I'd say. Like, the performance of it, especially with a Gen 3 drive, it's fine. It's not like I'm hammering the drives much anyway. Oh, by the way, we passed the 1/3 point. I got distracted with all this talk about storage and such. Yep, we're past the 23 lap point, and so say about 5 hours, 50 minutes, probably closer to 6 hours by the time that... Well, maybe not, I don't know. Depends on what exactly happens. But yeah, somewhere between 5:45 and 6 hours, probably, total time elapsed for this. But yeah, as I was gonna say, obviously I committed earlier in the year to doing the 69 laps of the Nordschleife in some game. GT6 did come to mind just because it's kind of simpler to set up and get working. Kind of. Gotta set the PS3 up, obviously, but beyond that. And obviously that's what I went with ultimately, but the reason why I'm doing it now is because it's a nice long stream, and I needed to get it in, but I also wanted to get it in before the upcoming subathon, because I'm going to be running a subathon starting next week. Multi-day subathon, multi-stream, because I'm not doing a single sitting. I did that once, not doing it again. But yeah, so I decided that while I'm doing this stream, any contributions to the stream, bits, tips, or subs, all tips are going through Ko-fi nowadays, mind you, because, well, it was either keep stream elements active with just the PayPal option, or just switch to Ko-fi solely, which is PayPal. Anyway. I mean, there's a few different options. I think they all effectively go through PayPal, but you can still, like, use your card directly instead of having to use a PayPal account, or, like, Venmo is supported, I think, technically as well. So there's a couple of PayPal-related options, but it's all PayPal on the back end. Point is, though, like, there was no point in having Stream Elements as an option. But anyway. So, bits, tips, and subs will all, during this stream, and only this stream, so, like, stream tomorrow won't count towards this or anything. During this stream, any contributions will go towards the initial timer for the subathon, which, if anybody does subscribe or use bits or send in a tip, the bot will probably message with a new end time. Just ignore it. It's wrong. It's very wrong, and it's not even relevant to the stream anyway. I just have the bot set up to track things, and, yeah. Values were not put in correctly. But anyway. So yeah, the initial funding for that timer is a thing. Additional time to be added to the timer up front. But the key thing is, and the reason why I'm doing it at all, any of those contributions will actually add twice as much time as they normally would. So if you've seen one of my prior subathon or tipathon things in the past, you might know that I've occasionally done like a power hour, where it's, you know, any contribution adds twice the time. That's basically what this stream is in its entirety. So 6+ hours, or about 6 hours, or something like that. of being able to add twice as much time as you would otherwise, but a week early, because the subathon doesn't start until next week. And again, because I've said this multiple times, any money contributed towards the subathon or this initial funding will go towards hopefully helping me replace the battery in my car and maybe in my UPS as well. But it's going to require a lot of money, is the only problem. And any contributions through Twitch I won't see until next month, but that's a minor detail. How long have I been live? Over 2 hours, certainly, almost 2:20. Also, because I've been talking so much, I need to pause because there's no straights. I just need to take a drink of water. Oh, well, that's good. On top of just consuming like a third of my water bottle, my iPad just crashed out of the app. Am I going to need to restart it? Just consider this a short break. There we go. Hopefully it doesn't do that again. Alright, let's resume that button. Also, last lap was my best lap. 452. Neat. Sub 450 possible? Maybe. If I was driving on a wheel and actually cared to try and push it, then sub 450 is probably easily doable. Relatively easily. But yeah, I'm not really looking to get the perfect lap out of this at any point. Especially because I'm on a DualShock 3 at the moment. It's a PS3, you know? I'm using a PS3, an actual, genuine PS3. See? PS3. Even modded. Talking about storage issues, that only has the PS3 only has 5.8 gigs free. Because it's only an 80 gig drive. But anyway. Yeah, I haven't been able to hear it too much during the stream so far, because my AC has been running for the most part. But there was a period where it shut off for a little bit, and oh boy, is the fan in that ripping. I mean, you could see it was at like, what, 50-60%? I think technically... Nope. No, I can't reasonably activate it in-game, which is why I usually go back to the XMB to get it. Little overlay. I've specifically got my PS3 set up so that it doesn't exceed 62 degrees on anything, ideally. CPU or not. And it works well, it just means that the fan gets up to rather fast speeds, and is very loud as a result. Yeah, if I somehow end up making into the thousands of dollars off of this subathon, which again, ain't gonna happen, but if it did, there was enough there, I would definitely consider redoing the thermal solution in my, or refreshing the thermal solution in my PS3, I should say. Not redoing it, I'm not going to be replacing components, but I am replacing like thermal pads and thermal paste. That was too early of a downshift. This isn't a launch PS3, but it's still one of the first generation, I guess, kind of, not really, that model PS3s. It doesn't have any of the PS2 hardware in it. It doesn't have the extra USB and card slots, USB ports and card slots. It was the 80 gig model that came with the DualShock 3. So it was one of the later revisions, but still that model, the original model of it. So it's quite old, is my point, and it hasn't really ever been cleaned out. Yeah, even after 2 hours, it's still fun to throw this around through some of the sequences on this track. Because you can throw it around and just have a bit of fun with it. Has more than enough grip for that. Nope. Left it too late. What fuel are you using? It's so efficient. I don't know, it's very magical though. The tires too. I mean, these are experimental tires. And by experimental, I mean they don't exist in reality, at least at the time the car was made. But they are extremely durable. Yeah, in case you don't want to use tree size, you can use one of those two options, Winderstat and WizTree. All different options to accomplish the same thing. In some form or another. There's so many tools out there to let you do more or less the same thing. It all works. Yeah, we have passed the Rebel Tree 26 times now. It's not my thing, though, so I haven't been saying hi. It is kind of rude, I'm not gonna lie, but... like I said, it's not my thing. I'm not Jimmy Broadbent. This engine sound is so lovely. Just fantastic how every time coming up the hill there, it just gets stuck at that right RPM range, like 14 to 15,000 RPM. Every time. Whoop. Yeah, fun fact, I'm running imbalanced aero because it's so snappy that it's almost got too much front downforce normally. So there's a bit more on the rear than there is in the front to try and balance it out. Where am I going? Yeah, that was a late turn-in no matter how you look at it, and I realized it immediately, and, well, it happened. I had another incident at YouTube Corner, yay. Also, my air conditioner turned off, so yep, I can hear the PS3 fan now. Lovely. Not lovely. That collider is so dumb. What part of it is sticking out like that? OBS, please. Grass. Yeah, this slap hasn't been great, has it? Almost. Yeah, another one of those periods where I just don't really have much to talk about. And it's probably good in a sense that I don't talk the entire time anyway, because I'm gonna be here for 6 hours. Besides, if I'm talking over the car, you can't hear it as well. And why wouldn't you want to listen to this car? Especially when it hits that sweet spot in the 14,000 range. Yeah, right about there. Yep, I don't know what I was doing there. So about halfway around the 35th lap will be halfway. Only lap 27 though, so we got a while. I guess it should be a little before the 3-hour mark. No, a little after. Yeah, a little after. Maybe? I don't remember. Trying to do mental math while driving this car. Not the most straightforward thing. Yeah, I think it should be right around the 3-hour mark, actually. Just a little too wide and got tire on the dirt. Damn. I don't think that was a terrible lap up until then. There were a couple of mistakes, but nothing that big. Also, we're going to be coming up on the back markers again soon. Yep, you can see the fire, well, the sparks in the distance. Only briefly, though. At least I tuned the car so that it wouldn't be sitting at that sweet spot down the back straight, you know? Only up the hill and such. That was on the curb. You're gonna have to deal with the back markers this entire lap. Well, not literally the entire lap, but on this lap that I'm gonna catch up to them all, probably. Maybe not. They were the other side of the Dunning-Hoa after all. Maybe towards the end of the lap we'll start catching them. No, never mind. So slow. Oh yeah, technically I can flash them as I approach them. Technically, if I'm not busy shifting. Hey you! Oh my god, what are you doing? Literally just slamming on the brakes, these AI. I know they're on beginner difficulty, but wow, are they bad. And again, I'm running into the back of them because I'm underestimating how slow they're going. By the way, if you're wondering what that flash was back there, I just did that, basically. Light flashing is on the right stick, but so is looking left and right. That was, what, 3 of them so far? Means the 2 leaders are going to be caught up to during the... Oh, boy. That section of the track, huh? Oh boy, the screen tearing, too. I mean, I guess the screen tearing is proof that it's trying but failing to render at 60 FPS. Since this is one of those PS3 games that actually could do 60 FPS sometimes. so late on in the console's lifespan. I just can't not run into them because they always slam on the brakes in the worst spot possible. There's the leader. Remember however many laps ago it was that first, or second and third rather, were swapping positions, and now here's the leader way off, or the leader of the back runners. Way off. Oh my god, he's AI. Way off in the distance compared to the other one. Am I close enough for a slipstream? Yes. There's the limiter. Bye! Bouncy, bouncy. -3 laps. I'll have lapped them over 6 times by the end of this, I think. What time is it? 9 o'clock? Okay. Like I said earlier in the stream, I'm not taking my regular 1-hour breaks. Just because this is going to take so long, I don't want to be making it take longer than necessary. But at some point, probably in the next hour or two, I will be taking a break. Probably a bit longer break than I normally would do. Specifically because I'll have been sitting here for like 4 or 5 hours at that point, and I glanced over at OBS. Traction control intervening very aggressively, and mind you, I have traction control turned down to the lowest setting that isn't off. Same thing with ABS. Also, mind you, that's not what I currently configured it to, that's what the past me configured it to many years ago. Back when I actually played this game semi-regularly. I don't think I put as much time into GT6 as I did GT5. But I still somewhat regularly played this, but by the time it came out, I was in college, so wasn't playing it as much as a result. Plus, I had issues with getting my PS3 connected to the internet at school. Still don't know exactly why that was. I tried working with them a bit to get it figured out, but nothing ever came of it. But fortunately, by the end, it was working just fine. Last year or two, there was no issue with it. The funny thing is that they supported consoles. Like, there were even instructions explicitly for how to get a PS3 set up on the network. And yet I still had issues with it. And that was well before I had my PS3 hacked, so I don't know. Annoyingly, that entire process lost me a number of replays for GT5. Some good race replays in there. just gone because they're not able to be backed up. Not through normal means, at least. You can probably do it with a hacked console, but not a stock one. Basically, it's like trying to have a backup of your Pokemon games on the Switch. Nope, no cloud saves for you because we don't want to let you abuse duping. Not that easily. Yeah, and of course, they do that for that reason, then how many people get screwed out of their saves because of losing their Switches, or having them stolen, or upgrading to a Switch 2 and not following the steps in the exact way that they need to preserve the save data. Thanks, Nintendo. Well, no. Well, kind of, but no. Thanks, Game Freak. I say kind of because Game Freak, well, the Pokemon series as a whole is owned by the Pokemon Company International, which is Game Freak, Nintendo, and Creatures Inc. So, in that sense, it is kind of Nintendo's fault, but no, I'm pretty sure that's just a Game Freak decision. No, I don't, Kiosk. Yeah. Well, I mean, they weren't, and then Scarlet and Violet happened, and Nintendo gave Game Freak a hell of a lot of shit, apparently, about it. Maybe not literally, but, like, Nintendo actually stepped in and said, alright, enough. After the shit show that was Scarlet and Violet. But, yeah, you would think it would be a bit better. Yeah, Kiosk. I mean, certainly the visuals, people always complain about the visuals, not that they need to be crisp 4K textures. I remember for Sword and Shield, one of the big arguments was they couldn't have support for all the Pokemon or whatever, you know, the whole Dexit thing. But then look at this tree that looks it's from the SNES. Like I said, all of the they let that slide, but then all of the nonsense with the performance on Scarlet and Violet and the bugs and such, then Nintendo finally took notice. Turns out to fix the issues, you just needed a much more powerful console. Something optimization lacking? Well, we already knew that. You know how many different Lily models there were strewn throughout the Gen 7 game files? Like, duplicate models? Basically, every time her model was needed, there was an instance of it somewhere in the... It's been going on for years. Yeah. And having Satoru Iwata to help with optimizations as well, because he did a fair amount for the series. And no, it was not him that allowed them to put Kanto on the Gen 2 games. That's not how it worked. He did help, but if anything, his optimization took up more space, but it was an optimization that allowed for better performance and thing. I don't know. It's a long story, but it's not that he allowed them to have Gen 1 on the Gen 2 games story that everyone seems to know. Turns out that was wrong. Yeah, it certainly is, Kiosk. Yeah, I don't know how many Lily models there were, Storm, but it was far more than was necessary. Anyway, point is, like, yeah, the performance, the visuals, I mean, honestly, they don't need to look spectacular, in my opinion. So long as they don't look terrible. I think some people just get a little too hyper-focused on, like, we're in the 4K era, why do these games look like they're not 4K? Not to say that lower resolution textures are acceptable completely, just not as big of an issue as some people make it out to be. But yeah, no, there were issues. But, you know, I think from what I've heard, and I assume this came from the Terra leaks, which I have not looked at, I think this Legends game, Legends ZA, was actually supposed to come out last year, which is part of why they've already announced the DLC for it, because that would have come out sometime this year. But they're having to squeeze everything in, because basically Nintendo kind of forced their hand and, you know, make sure that this game is better than the last one, sort of situation, most likely. But yeah. And honestly, you know, you bring up the patents. I really hope, and I don't expect it, but I really hope that they take the stance on those patents as Sony has done with the commercial patents that they own. Because, you know, I understand them wanting to go after Pal World and the like for blatant copying of homework sort of situations. Because you can't tell me some of those pals, I think they're referred to, don't look an awful lot like Pokemon. I've never been interested in that game myself, but some of those, the initial, from when the game initially came out, it was like, that looks a lot like a Pokemon. Like, blatantly ripped off levels of looks a lot like it, but anyway. You know, using that against them is one thing, but I would certainly hope that they don't use those patents against others who don't deserve to be taken to court over it. Not that the patents should be held up anyway, but, you know, that's another issue in and of itself. Yeah, the summoning. I mean, that's what the one was for. The one patent was the summoning. Even Digimon forgets they are a franchise that exists. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's all stupid at the end of the day. It's all stupid. But like I said, hopefully, with that being such a broad covering patent, a broad level of coverage from it, in theory, again, it is one of those situations where we're not going to use this against other people for the most part. Again, I don't expect that to necessarily be the case, but I would certainly hope. Because, yeah, that patent's a bit ridiculous. Both of them are, frankly. Though certainly in that second patent with the auto-transitioning between, like, land and air and sea and such for your mounts. Yeah, that's been a thing in, well, Sword and Shield for land and sea. And then Legends Arceus for air to land specifically, and then land and sea and back and forth for those, sea and land as well. And then, yeah, pretty much the same for Scarlet and Violet. So, Yeah, I can get why they might want to try and cover that as well. But again, hopefully not against most companies. But it's Nintendo, so if they want to put their foot down, good luck. Good luck to you. You'll need it. Well, Kiosk, the bulb dematerializing is part of the modern technology of them. Because, you know, Pokemon is super high tech, but also not in some senses. So that's just part of the storage system. If you have more than 6 Pokeballs on you, then any that are, any extra Pokeballs, or, in the more modern games, you can choose to switch out Pokemon as you catch new ones. So any of the extra ones that you don't want to keep on you will just automatically warp them to the storage center. Yeah, but I think the intention, Kiosk, is that the Pokeball has to actually touch a Pokemon in order to register for catching something. Because that was the original way that they worked, right? The old-fashioned Pokeballs, like you have in Legends, for instance. I mean, the fact that they just worked at all is kind of miraculous, but again, Pokemon universe. A lot of stuff is miraculous in those things, the way it all works just fine, but anyway, Pokemon themselves are very unrealistic for us, but not wood necessarily, apricorns. They're apricorns. They're like acorns, but much bigger or something, I don't know. But yeah, those older Pokeballs would have had to have been thrown, I think. You want to know how I'm still in first? Shaw, they're on beginner difficulty, and even on the hardest difficulty, they're not that difficult. Well, again, Kiosk, they're apricorns. Yeah, they're bots. They're not humans. This is on my PS3. Are you kidding me? You think it's connected to the internet? Even if I wanted it to be, it's not. Also, last lap was a 450. Neat. Whee! Like, I can't connect my PS3 to online currently, even if I wanted to, and I think the online services have been shut down for years now anyway. But I just straight up cannot connect online because, well, here. Come on. Does that look stock to you? Does any of this stuff look stock to you? Yeah, GT6 servers have been down. I'm sure that there are private servers or such. Can tell, Shaw, but it's fine. It's one of the last iterations of the first generation fat model PS3's Kiosk. It's an 80 gigabyte model and came with a DualShock 3. So no PS2 hardware. But it did have some of the upgrades that the later fat models had otherwise. Yeah, 80 gigabytes was a lot back then. But yeah, Kiosk, apricorns. They're like acorns, I guess, but, much bigger. I'm pretty sure acorns have some sort of, grain-looking structure to them as well. It's been a while since I've actually, done that, but yeah, they did build a supercomputer out of PS3, so it's kind of ridiculous. Very competent, especially when chained together, however, very expensive as a result. Plus the Blu-ray drive. Yeah. Very true, Storm. And like I said before, this was one of the later titles that were released for the PS3, 2013. Which is how you can do 1080p 60 with it. Not typically. But the fact that I get screen tearing from time to time, or at least notice screen tearing from time to time, probably more often than I do notice, because it's minor enough. Yeah, it's definitely not doing a perfect 1080p 60. Heck, they fit the entirety of GTA 5 onto a Blu-ray. That actually came out before this game. Just think about that. GTA 5 is older than GT 6. Not by much. GTA 5 was September, GT 6 was November or December of 2013. Yeah, it's kind of funny actually how much more space efficient, relatively speaking, that the new version of GTA 5 for PC is. Like the old one is, I think, like over 110 at this point. But then the new version, expanded and enhanced version, is still in the 90s, like the lower 90s, I think, even. Managed to tidy it up a bit. Oh, don't worry, Kiosk. BattleEye is on top of both of them. That's not even a new game new game version of it issue. But yeah, fucking BattleEye. Thanks for letting me not say goodbye properly to my save, my online character and everything. Thanks, Cockstar. Appreciate it. Fucking assholes. No video game needs kernel-level access to my computer. No video game. Your issues with hackers is not my fucking problem. It is a great emote, isn't it? Especially if you actually look closely at the emote, the level of detail on it, if you can get a high enough resolution one, you can see some great detail in it. But it's normally small enough that you won't ever notice it. Obviously, I was trying to mimic the Rockstar logo, but I had to be, you know, visually distinct about it. So it can look kind of like it to the point where you can identify it as being that, but it cannot be a direct ripoff, obviously. Which is why, for instance, the background is brown instead of like yellow or black or anything, because brown is the color of shit. I had fun making that emote. That's not even a Twitch emote, right? That's a BTTV emote? I don't think I put it on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, that one's a bit much, I think, to be wanting to put on Twitch. Again, if you really look at it in enough detail, some details about it are maybe against TOS. I mean, to be fair, they're probably against BTTV TOS as well, but I think it's a bit more lax. for BTTV as well, so it's not as much of an issue there. Yeah, I looked at chat. That's what that was. I just looked at chat at the wrong time. I see chat move, and so I want to look at it. See what message was sent. And then I do it in the middle of a turn. Yeah, and that's my justification for it. Well, you know, if all those other emotes that are so much worse than this one can exist, surely mine can exist too. Also the fuck Mindy emote. Can I get away with actually using a Pokemon sprite on Twitch? Maybe, but I don't want to chance it. Should I be able to get away with it on BTTV? Probably not, but again, I wouldn't be the only one, so it's fine. I should add that as an alert somewhere. Just that clip of me playing Diamond recently. Just going into the house, and then as soon as I load in, fuck you, bitch, turn around and leave. That's all I did. Just walk in, tell her to go fuck herself, and then leave. Just fuck you, Mindy. I always go too late into that turn. Yeah, it really does. Well, as a reminder, this is a Red Bull X 2014. I don't remember if there's anything more on the name like standard or whatever, but it's a fan car. It's got about 800 horsepower, and it's got all of the aero just about cranked onto it. A little bit taken off the front end because it does bite in so well. But yeah, it's not the X 2010, it's the X 2014. The X 2010 is way too fast. You know, that thing has 1,500 horsepower. And of course, all of the X series of not really open wheelers, you can see that they've got fairings over the wheels. All of them are fake. They're imaginary, video game exclusive, except for some real-world models. Not actual cars, but just models that were built. But yes, the original X1, as it was known at the time, was designed by Adrian Newey. Basically, the prompt was Formula 1, but no regulations to stop you. So, absurd amount of horsepower, many downforces, and a fan at the back that sucked it to the ground. Plus tires that are unrealistic. They have way more grip than they should. They're experimental, if you will. It is almost cheating, Shaw. You're not wrong. However, consider that at the 1/3 distance, right, 23 laps, the end of 23 laps, I was at about, like, what, 156, 157 total time? As it is with this car, I'm going to be here for 6 hours. With a GT3 for 69 laps, it would be so much worse. There's also that. Like, I didn't necessarily want to be using this fast of a car, which is why I started out initially with the 2J. when I was testing things. Because the Chaparral 2J, you know, it's a fan car as well, but it's an old Can-Am car, so it does not drive that nicely. And it was just too unpleasant, in my opinion. Yeah, don't mind that. Red Bull gives you wings, but to keep it on the ground. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, Storm, going back to your previous message, again, the Pokemon sprite, I'm not the only one. I mean, hell, the fucking Furret emotes, the Furret walk. People definitely do not own the rights to those. And yet, I have one on my channel. Plus, ditto from the credits of Crystal. So, they don't even enforce that fully. Oh, come on. And I keep shifting to second instead of first because there's no neutral gear. So yeah, I wasn't quite planning to go with something this fast, but... One, I wanted something that was reasonably fast so that this didn't take forever, and two, this is still fast enough that it's not the easiest to drive. I could have just used the SRT Tomahawk X. We would be done way faster. Except I would be in the wall all the fucking time. As a reminder, the SRT Tomahawk X is one of Dodge's Vision Gran Turismo cars. They also had a Tomahawk S, which was not as powerful, but the Tomahawk X was full, yeah. Full active aero, multiple moving body panels all over the place, plus stupid amounts of speed. So, it's even faster than an X1 or an X2010 or 2011 or especially this. Again, this only has 800 horsepower versus the 2010 has 1500. Yeah, the SRT Tomahawk X is absurd. You know, funny thing, Storm, there was no option for that. Like, I was wondering if fuel and tire wear would be a thing, but going through the single-player option for setting up a race, it didn't. Nowhere did I see an option to enable tire wear and fuel usage. So I don't know where those settings are buried, or if it's just not available through that particular game mode. Which is why I said earlier, if I had known that, I probably would have actually bought the racing softs for this, so that I could have had a softer compound, since it never runs out. Instead of the hard compound. Yep. Even with this car, with its less horsepower than the, stop it, the full spec one, whatever, the high spec one, it can still catch you off guard very quickly. You have so little time to react, even at these slower speeds that it goes at. You know, just 200 miles an hour instead of 250 plus. Also, we are more or less at the halfway point. Hey, Geeson. Did I say the thing again? Since we're at the halfway point, I'm doing this because I said I would, but also I'm going to be doing a subathon next week, starting next week, multi-stream subathon. And I've opened up early funding for the initial timer. But the key thing is, any subs, bits, or tips contributed tonight will add twice as much time to the timer as it normally would. So I think, as I have it set up, I was quite generous. $1 contributes 2 minutes, but for tonight, it would actually contribute 4 minutes. So, hey, guess what? $50 and you've just added, what, over 3 hours to the timer? But only for tonight. I'm lapping the AI again. Also, Geeson, you found the button again! 10 consecutive streams. Neat. Yeah, subs of any variety, bits, and then tips specifically through Ko-fi because, well, if you remember the link, fine, but I think I've removed all the Stream Elements links because the only thing I want you using through Stream Elements is PayPal, and Ko-fi already has that as an option, so just use Ko-fi. Oh, I need to plug my iPad in. Battery's low. Surprise, surprise. Still got a while, though. That was the 10% notice. Get out of my slipstream, you asshole. Yeah, they took a corner. A corner that is easily flat out, but they still took a corner. And so they backed right off as a result. See? Where were they? Nowhere. Those corners... Oh, God, the tearing. I looked over at chat. I'm not going to get much of a slipstream, but I should get a bit of slipstream here, because they'll definitely slow down for fluke plots. No? Okay, they didn't slow down that much, surprisingly. And there we go, that's another lap on them. No, never mind. There's still one more. Like I said, it's very easy to lose control of this car if you're not careful with it at times. Piss off! Stop using my slipstream. And I gapped them massively. Hi! Get out of the way! Okay, up the inside, I guess. Love how the game recommends first there. Like, even second is too low. You really want people to go down to first? Oh, and I guess to expand, by the way, 3 hours, but I guess to expand on what I was saying about the subathon, the main reason why I'm doing a subathon is because I need money, because both the batteries in my UPS and the battery in my car needs replacing. And while they're not obscenely expensive, I certainly do not have the $300 to replace them on top of, you know, my regular bills and everything else. Which is why I think ideally if we could get to $500 total for the subathon, it would be really helpful. I don't expect to even hit that much, but it would be nice. But obviously, it's 2025. People can contribute what they want, if they even want to or are able to. So. Key thing is that just tonight's stream is specifically double the amount added because I'm being nice about it. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, batteries are not cheap, are they, Kiosk? Like I said before, UPS battery probably around $100, which is kind of obscene for how small those batteries are. And then like twice as much for the car battery. And yeah, basically same story for me, Kiosk. Not quite twice as much, but not terribly far off of it either. Certainly at least a 50% markup. Like I said before, though, I'm glad it's not an AGM battery, because even if they're not twice as much, there's still an increase over non-AGMs. Yeah, I don't know, Kiosk. Alright. Thank you, Captain Honk. Gee, I wonder who that was, including a pun with their tip. Thank you very much for the $11. Wait, what? You guys didn't get text-to-speech? Where even is that? I got text-to-speech. Shit. That's not in there. What? How did that play audio for me, but not you guys? Oh. Yeah, that probably. Oh, you know what's funny? It's actually set to monitor end output. So it should have played. What the hell? I didn't break anything. Hold on. I'm making the stream go on for longer so that you guys get what you should have. Oh, don't make me log in. I don't have access to that screen. Son of a bitch. Over here. I can't see chat at the moment, mind you. Just give me a sec. I'm not logged in on Ko-fi at the moment, and now I've got to go get my 2FA code. Yes, of course I have 2FA set up on everything. Well, maybe not literally everything, but most things. Typically, if it allows for 2FA, I have it set up. Because why wouldn't I? Okay, Can I replay it through here? I'm not sure if I have that ability, actually. Did you hear that? It was also very loud, if you did hear that. But that should have played. Also, the bot got $3 extra added to it. Didn't seem loud to you, at least? Okay, well, I still turned it down because it was very loud looking. Volume seemed fine. Okay. So I won't reduce it by quite as much. I'm not sure if I can replay it. That's not great. Well, I'll read it out at the very least. Why do cows have hooves and not feet? Because they lactose. Yeah, I don't see an option to replay. I can send a test alert. Yeah, this is a thing. Can I... No? Damn it, Kofi. Yeah, I can't find a way to replay an alert. That's annoying. Did that clip even include? No. Good job. Alright, well, sorry about that. It should be fixed now. Not that I'm saying you should do it again. My bank account wouldn't disapprove of that, but... Yeah, I'm sorry that didn't go through. It's never come up before. Nobody's ever mentioned that. Not that I've had a ton of tips through Ko-fi. Most people always went through Stream Elements. But... Huh. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. And again, you know, I told it to handle the audio separately because that wasn't done previously for some reason. And when I looked at the advanced settings, I was expecting you have either monitor or pass through or do both, I think. It was already set to do both. I don't know why it didn't do it. It should have done it. But it didn't. Because I heard it just fine. I don't know. Alright, now that there's been that little detour to sort out a problem that shouldn't have even been a problem, let's get back underway, shall we? That's the final turn. Alright, well, thank you once again, Captain Honk, for the $11 tip and the pun that I had to read out on stream myself because, well, again, I don't know exactly why that didn't work. But like I was saying before, your $11 will contribute, I think, 44 minutes to the initial timer? Yeah. Because it's normally $2 minutes per dollar and then double that. There's going to be a lot of time on the clock to start. And if anyone's got deep enough pockets, you can even make it even worse for me. Or better. I mean, okay, let me put it this way. So, to be clear with the way the subathon is going to work, I'm not going to count FNR and SNR against the timer, but the timer will be in the background, just paused. So contributions during those streams will still count towards the timer, but the timer will not be counting down because... Excuse me. Because I don't think it's fair to count multiplayer games, especially ones where I don't have control, against the timer. You know, unless I've specifically coordinated it to be part of the subathon. Not this week, Geeson. Or next week, for that matter. You know, I said what I did on Saturday this past week, and then Max decided on, like, Sunday or Monday that, oh, actually, you know, I guess we could do racing this week, if EJ's up for it. And EJ's up for it, so... Yep. So, no GTA this Friday, or the next, because next Friday should be EJLMS. Yeah, not a problem, Gason. I was the one who brought it up on Saturday, after all. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, point is, I don't want to count multiplayer games that are out of my control, technically, kind of, against the timer. So, Friday and Saturday streams won't count against the subathon timer, but, again, contributions will still count towards it. So, I'll be streaming into the first week of October at this rate. But one of the things that I'll probably be doing, one of the games I'll be playing during the subathon, is Satisfactory, because I've got the itch for it, and I want to just power through it. Screw it. Let's get that endgame factory set up. I want to finish Satisfactory 1.0, or, well, technically 1.1 at this point, but I want to finish that save. I want to finish the story. I'm tired of not knowing what the story is in the end. I mean, Kiosk, if you want new content, I hear Satisfactory Plus has been updated for 1.1. You know, that overhaul mod that completely changes things. Makes it far more complicated. Anyway, I wanna do it. I know I'm gonna feel burnt out at times just because of how overwhelming Phase 5 is, but I wanna do it. Also want to keep your factory that's already making everything. Alright, fair. Very much fair. So yeah, I will be returning to... Oh, I can't even begin to recite the name of that planet. Something involving massage and 2 and an AB and... yeah, I don't remember exactly. I want to get back to it. Is it 2A, 2B? That doesn't quite sound right to me, but maybe it is? But it's something like that, yeah. So you can look forward to Satisfactory coming back. Plus I've got my Black Ops playthrough to finish, Black Ops 2. I also will spend at least one stream a week while the subathon lasts playing Pokemon games. You know, I've still got the Catch Across the Gens challenge. Massage 2ABB. Okay. I was most of the way there. 2a-b, b. It's an equation of some sort or something, but not really. So yeah, there's a variety of stuff I can do. Plus, technically, I've still got the Legends Arceus Professor Oak Challenge going on, which I haven't touched much at all this year. A little bit, but not much. It's not getting done before Legends ZA comes out, that's for sure. To be fair, I don't even know if I'm buying Legends ZA. There's still a part of me that wants it, despite all the nonsense. But I don't have a Switch 2, and I don't really have budget for the game. Again, if the subathon is successful enough, I can at least get the game. Getting the Switch 2 would require, like, probably at least $1,500, if not more. Just because priorities? You know, obviously, the console only is like $500, but again, priorities. And I don't need a Switch 2. Not Day Zero DLC, no. They announced the DLC, but it's not coming out on Day Zero. And for now, yes, there will be some content locked behind online which requires NSO. It probably, hopefully, maybe won't be locked permanently behind online, but if you want it early, you want it, like, when it's first available, you have to do the online stuff. Which requires NSO, which is an extra $20 a month minimum. There's the expansion pass or whatever that makes it $30-some, obviously, but for the base requirements, what you only need. Sorry. In the middle of the carousel and I need to cough. Can't really help it. I honestly need a drink, so Dotting or Hoa can't come soon enough. Damn it. Motherfucker. Yeah, kiosk, I mean, on one hand, but also on the other, shit's already expensive enough as it is. Yeah, Gayson, I've got my incomplete 1.0 save, which I have used on 1.1, and only a little, though. And I know, like, I could restart, but I'm just gonna get burnt out around Phase 4 or 5 again. I just want to go in and finish Phase 5 on my current save. Though I know starting fresh could also scratch that itch, but I don't want to leave another save unfinished. But that's me. Effectively just taking a mini break. I needed water badly, as you could probably tell. And yeah, Kiosk, I know Phase 5 is fairly easy, but the problem is I get pretty bad burnout around Phase 4, typically. And I basically just powered through until I unlocked Phase 5 and, got access to some of that stuff. But I also kind of rushed through the end of Phase 4. So I'm now left at a point where I've torn down all of my previous project part factories. And so what I want to do is I want to construct a mega factory in the Dune Desert that is just project parts and alien matrix thingies for the power doodads. You know what I'm talking about, right? Very non-specific, but it should be good enough. So that's a lot of complexity. The balls, yep. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, however. Of course you would phrase it that way. So that's a lot of complexity for a single factory. And again, with burnout being a thing because of Phase 4. It's just a lot of work. Plus, I do need to worry about my power. Because while I've got a lot of rocket fuel burning, I'm not sure that it's enough. So I have to keep that in mind. Obviously, I have the nuclear build. Well, I say obviously. If you've followed the last couple of streams that I've done of Satisfactory, you would know that... Okay, hold on. iPad is dying. 5% alert has come through. Excuse me if you heard that. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I've got a nuclear build kinda started in the swamp, and I gotta sneeze now. God damn it. Okay, I should be good now? Maybe? Hopefully? Yeah, exactly, Kios. But I've never... Well, okay, I did nuclear once in Update 4, and it was minimal and uranium only. So I want to do a nuclear build. So I've got that going in the swamp for some more power, except I want to go all the way to Fixonium. Or Fixonite? Whatever the fuel is. Just because I can. Which I know it's not as power efficient with how much infrastructure is needed, but it still does add more power overall. Plus, I have left the blue crater completely untouched so far. Outside of, like, hard drive exploration and such. So if I need more rocket fuel power, well, blue crater exists. It's almost like I did that on purpose. So point is, I don't know if I'll have enough power once I, do the thing with the stuff. Once I have everything built. But at the same time, I haven't completed my rocket fuel factory, so there's still more power to be got from there. My throat itches, and mute. Yes, hello, Sparkly Lights. How are you doing? Yep. Anyway, there's also to consider, you know, I'm making the alien matrixy things, so that's going to give me an extra 100% power boost once they're online fully. So if I just focus on getting that section of the factory loaded up, I might be able to cover any potential power issue. Yeah, they're not balls. Come to think of it. Yeah, the singularity matrices, I think. I don't remember what the parts are called. Jesus. Bonk. It's close enough. You know what I'm talking about. The power booster. For the augmenters. I've got 5 augmenters set up. And I want to feed them. So that they give me 30% instead of 10% each. Yeah, the one I modded to be iron rods. Look, I don't like the fact that the teleporters are locked behind the endgame. I think that's dumb. I don't mind teleporters being locked behind like tier 5 or 6. Maybe even tier 7, but not tier 9. That's just ridiculous. And yeah, the upkeep is also like, you want to upkeep power? Sure. The other stuff I'm not entirely on board with, because I've used modded teleporters. So that's what I'm used to, and having, you know, not that is annoying. So yeah, I added a mod to my save that makes them use iron rods instead of those things so that you can have them much earlier on. It even changes the recipe of them to be cheaper. Like the portal recipe itself. Yeah, portals are too expensive because by the time you get to unlocking them, you're already at the end of the game. Plus, you know, the tube launchers exist, whatever they're called. I have been out of it for too long. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you really want to travel across the map, just set up a tube cannon. You don't need teleporters. It's slower, sure, but it's a hell of a lot cheaper. It only takes power and a couple of initial resources to set up. Well, maybe kiosk. In my experience, I don't think it would be, but especially for going across the map. But if you're not using the modded recipes, then it's a hell of a lot cheaper, that's for sure. And not that much slower. Not in my experience, it doesn't, kiosk. I don't know if that's a mod thing, though, or not. Apologies for all the throat clearing and such. I've been going for almost 4 hours, though, so cut me a little slack if you would, please. That's not gonna help that much. No, it's not played that way, is it, Jason? Games are similar in theory, but in practice, very different. OBS, please. I saw it was lagging again. Nope. It's not. More bullshit. Yeah, I guess, Kiosk. I mean, to be fair, Satisfactory is such that, like, you don't need to play super optimally. You just play smart, then there's plenty of resources. Like, playing somewhat smart, but also not building factories for every little thing. You don't need to use all the resources on the map. Some of them you use a fair amount of, but yeah, if you want to go overboard with it, then yeah, you gotta be optimal. Also, fun fact, there's a mod to link Satisfactory to Factorio, if I remember correctly. Don't ask me how. I remember in beta there was I think it was like 48 by 48 blueprint. Like, it was massive. I don't think I ever really used that because it was so massive, it was bound to have issues. But yeah, certainly bigger than what vanilla has. Yeah, but Kiosk, I think it was like 48 foundations. Which the Mark III is what? 8 or 9? Yeah, it's a bit of a difference. It was massive. I'd have to look to be sure, but it was much larger than even the current vanilla blueprints are. The largest one. I mean, you can run a single rail. You don't need to build a network. Heck, I've been able to... Yeah, that was terrible. I've been able to get away with just having a single rail line for... I think, technically 2 different things? 2 different factories? They do merge together, but that's just because they run similar routes. I've had train networks that are, go around most of the map in previous saves, though. Where most everything was put on trains, not feasible. Yeah. There is a point at which trains just don't make sense, unfortunately. Although I will say, you want to talk about computation cost of the vehicles, there's also a mod that adds dynamic routing to the train pathing. So increased complexity there for the pathing computation, because it's no longer just computing on leaving the station. It can actually dynamically figure out where it should go based on if its path is blocked. I actually do have that mod installed, not that it's of any use currently. Yep. Belt is the end solution a lot of the times. Also, if you look at the top left of the screen, you'll note below the position indicator there's a time and track wetness indicator. The time says 12:30. It started at 9. So, yeah. Just to go along with the top right, where it says just under 3.5 hours. That's where we're at currently. Yeah, kiosk. And the argument of just build more trains doesn't always work. But hey, at least trains aren't drones. Drones can be very useful, but I hit the right stick. But boy, are they situational. Especially since they require a fuel source. Yep. Yep, it's always the same amount of time to unload a train because it's the same animation regardless of how full it is or how much it needs to dump off. I'm reading chat. It looks that way, doesn't it, Kiosk? No, it's not on fire, it's just sparking. Because all these cars are running so low to the ground that they just scrape. Of course, now it's not sparking. A little bit. Whoops. You go slowly anyway. You need the bounce. You need the boost. Don't sparks combust? Not necessarily. They can. But not necessarily. Take, for example, F1. They've been sparking for years now. It actually used to be a thing, but then it stopped being a thing, and then they re-added it because spectacle. Yeah, in the case of modern F1, they have titanium skids on the underside of the car that literally just wear away over time and create the sparking. Because, again, the spectacle. But in recent years, we've seen a few fires, I think primarily Canada and Japan, but there might have been a couple of others, where the sparks actually caught the grass on fire, the trackside grass. Yeah, titanium skids are a price tag, but it's Formula 1. What are you doing? For fuck's sake, these AI. It's Formula One, where the most expensive sports fine was handed out back in the late 2000s of $100 million. And that wasn't even that big of a deal at the end of the day. Wasn't nothing, that's for sure, but... I mean, did you ever hear McLaren having actual issues because of it? The F1 team, specifically? Yeah, it's not a lawnmower, but it works pretty damn well as one sometimes. Also, I'm pretty sure if I hadn't had some run-ins with the AI, that could have been a sub 450. The difficulty of controlling a car on a DualShock 3 in this day and age, combined with the AI's stupidity and the lower frame rate. It's not a good combo. Not a good mix. And I bounced off the curb. My neck itched. Not necessarily kiosk. They will just suck up debris and fling it out the back. It's happened in the past when they've actually run fan cars IRL. That's good at least for the car. Yeah, not for the other drivers, though. Yeah, that's the problem with fan cars. It's probably happened at Goodwood, it's happened in F1, it's probably happened in Can-Am. Because it's inevitable. You introduce a fan to the bottom of the car to suck it to the ground, you're going to suck up anything that's on the ground. And since you can't sufficiently filter it, because you don't want to restrict the flow of air too much, you're going to suck up even just smaller pebbles at minimum. It's inevitable. And that's the problem. There's no good way to filter the debris out of the airflow because you're just going to restrict the airflow at that point. Like, it's not to say that they don't have any filters in place or anything to restrict, prevent stuff from going through, but there's only so much you can reasonably do before you cut off the airflow too much. Too far to the left. Yeah, you can get away with some filtering, but again, you get too low a porosity and you just destroy the airflow through it, and that defeats the purpose. Bounced off the curb and was denied. Cool. Fifth gear? Nah. I even did that poorly, and it still worked out fine. Too late. It's basically 10:30. I've been doing this for over 3.5 hours. I'm going to be making plenty of mistakes. I have been the entire time, because this isn't easy. It's nice back there that I started touching the grass slightly on the right side and it just spat me back out towards the track, onto the asphalt. Some games will actively pull you onto the grass if you do that. That section is fun. Minus 5 laps. I'm gonna lap them at least 7 times, aren't I? Probably be approaching an 8th time by the end. It's kind of crazy. OBS, please. Lovely engine sound. To think I've been listening to it for over 3.5 hours. Not constantly, obviously, but definitely going up the hill here. Tinnitus conditioned you. Well, in theory, it's quiet enough for you guys that it's not a problem. Meanwhile, I have my PC volume turned up so that I can actually hear it. Because I'm passing the audio through my PC. It's dumb, but I can't just pass it through the speaker, or the monitor, because the monitor speakers suck. So I have to pass it through either from the monitor to the computer or from the capture card to the computer and let it play back on the computer. So I can thus control it with my computer speaker volume. Oh wow, it just did not want to turn there. Okay. Plus my AC is running most of the time, so that covers over the sound, and then when it's not running, like right now, I hear the PS3's fan going. Which, as a side note, how's it doing? Yep. 36% ain't bad on the fan. Also, how has the system storage gone down? Probably the replay file for this, if I had to guess. It was at 5. It was at 5.8 earlier. Okay. Wasn't having it then. Bit too much. Also, can you even notice the high beams? A little bit. You can just about see it at times. Almost see it on the right barrier there. Almost. Pretty minimal though. Yeah, bounced off the inside curb. I think I've definitely gotten better, because, you know, it took me a while to get sub 5 minutes. And I feel like most of my laps have been sub 5 minutes now for a while. Like, obviously there's been the occasional 5-minute plus lap, but a lot of it has been 450 something. I'd still like sub 450 at some point. Ain't this lap though, that's for sure. I looked away. That's just bad driving. Wait, I'm not gonna miss this screen tearing. Turn left too much. I do that every now and again. And I wish I would stop it. Too much. Wait. Amazing how much you can get away with riding the grass. Amazing how much you don't get away when you're just not driving well. like I said. Oh, please. Oh boy. Yeah, I hit the right stick because I'm trying to relax my hands a little bit, but having to switch back and forth between different ways of holding and controlling the controller. I got sent off that curb again. Wow. Okay. I mean, I guess that works. Not very well, but kind of. Well, that worked well. Please back up. Oh, okay. I didn't do that, it just auto-reset me. That's the first reset of the stream, though. I hadn't actually triggered a reset until then. God, I've been doing this a long time. And it's not even close to done yet. Still got quite a while to go. Don't mind that. Just not controlling the car very well is all. There's that wonderful gear. Perfect RPM range to just destroy your hearing. At least make it very annoying to listen to. Fortunately, it only comes around once every 5 minutes. Still taking a fair amount of concentration at times, though, to keep the car on the track. And that's generally how you can tell that I'm actually trying at least a little. One, the car isn't going off track constantly, and two, I'm not talking. Perfect timing, that one. And 2/3 distance. 3 hours 52, just under 53 minutes to complete 2/3 of the laps. Still so long to go. Yeah, I bounced off the curb again. If I don't hold tight to the inside, I oftentimes will run wide. But if I hold too tight to the inside, I'll be forced wide. I'm just pushing it too hard. Yeah, shut up, Kiosk. This is really the section where I should be talking so that you don't have to hear the engine so clearly, but I just, again, in one of those lulls where I don't really have anything to speak about. Chat's not talking about anything either, which is fine to be clear, just doesn't give me something to talk about as well. So, just being quiet and relaxing as much as I can driving this damn thing. Did not stick. I wonder if it's because I went off track previously, the tires were still not perfectly clean. Oh boy, we're gonna be coming up on the lap cars again soon. Gravel trap. Are there any gravel traps I haven't ended up in yet? I wonder. Certainly ended up in most of them at this point. Ran wide there. Oh. I pushed the button, though. Damn it. Sorry about that. Like, I literally reached over while still holding the controller. Yeah. I pressed the button. Did it double register, or did it not register at all? Either way, again, apologies for coughing basically directly into the microphone. That was not my intention. That was me pressing the mute microphone button and it seemingly doing nothing. Well, hopefully nobody was using headphones, because I'm sure that was loud. When I actually slow down sufficiently? Alright, how long till we catch up to them? Shouldn't be too long, I would think. I almost died within line of sight of YouTube Corner. I've had enough moments there, potentially, to have my own highlight reel. Funnily enough. Unfortunately, while I think the replay viewer in this is by far the best one in the series up to this point, because I think they actually allowed you to go and skip forward and backward through the laps instead of just playing through it. That was a lull. It's still not fun to use by any means, so yeah, we'll never see those replays. The sparking. Yeah, you can see they have less aero on their cars because they're actually pulling away from me down the straights. -5 laps. Nice tearing. I don't know why, but it always tends to tear through that last corner. Screen tearing, that is. I guess probably because Nordschleife, not that it's actually really called that, but the Grand Prix course is in view, at least partially at that point, and so it drops the frame rate more. OBS, can you not, please? A lot of tearing down the hill as well. Yeah, once I got onto the grass there, I was screwed. Hey, they're super slow. I was able to dodge and overtake one of them like that. Right in the middle of the track. Come on. Out of the way. Now they're gonna out-drag me, especially with the slipstream, or at least they would. Why are you tearing so much? And I got them. Wow. That closing rate, though. Is that all 5 of them, or just the 4? Where's the leader of the back markers, that is? Or no, I guess there was one really far back. So I guess that was all of them? Because I should have caught up to the other one by now. Had a little moment at that corner. Yep, I messed that up. Funny how none of those spins have reset me. Also, I didn't even notice we are past the 4-hour mark. On to lap 50. And I got spat out by the curb again. And I just could not get back to the grass. Yep, minus 6 laps, okay. I'm gonna be so happy when this is over, and I overcooked that. Overdrove that. Overdid that. I went off. Angle, I'm going fast enough as it is. Leave me alone. Although I could have taken some of the arrow off, I guess, and gone faster, or reduced the gearing to go faster. I do wonder how much of a difference the softs would have made. Not a chance, Kiosk. No restarts, not at this point. And if I did restart, it would not be happening tonight. Like, I would just stop now and that would be that for the night. No, I'm not a speedrunner, and I'm not holding the controller for an extra 6 hours. Game crashes. Oh, don't even fucking suggest that as a potential thing, Geeson. Don't. Just don't. I mean, Kiosk, in a sense, I already am speedrunning it. I'm just not trying that hard to go as fast as possible because this is insane enough as it is. Like I said. Okay. Also, I see that, well, I see that for the 3rd time this week I've been pinged in EJ's chat. Probably because somebody is yet again suggesting he raid me. I appreciate it, but he already did that Monday. Okay. I'm going to take a break. That's basically 50 laps of running. PS3 does PS3 and turn into a campfire. It's sitting at a solid 61 or 62 degrees, no higher. We're good on that front. I specifically set the fan curve to not allow it to get above 62. Anyway, yeah, I said I was going to take a break in the later part of the run, and I'm going to take that break now. It's going to be a bit longer than my usual breaks for my weekday streams, but yeah, I need a little bit of time. I need more water as well, and I should probably be getting up anyway because I've been sitting here for quite a while. But yeah, kiosk. I mean, again, kind of do that already with racing in general, but this particular combo, no thanks. Anyway, we're gonna come over to here. And, no, Twitch did not set a new sub goal. Okay. Well, that's weird. They did it the last time. Whatever. We're still sitting at that goal, though. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'll be back in like 10 to 15 minutes. Give me a bit of time to get away from this, relax my hands, stretch my arms and legs. You know, just get out of this seated position, get more water, and so on and so forth. Not going to run any ads, by the way. Just is what it is at this point. They've been active for most of the streams. Yep. BRB. Well, not that right back, but be back soon. Yeah, let's go with that. Alrighty, I am back, and before we jump back into the racing, I'm gonna add on an extra goal just because I can. I don't expect it to be met, but it'll be there for the last 2-ish hours, hour and a half of this stream. Basically a bonus goal. Yeah, there we go. So we already passed the initial goal, which was $50, which, by the way, all the funding tonight also goes towards the goals for the subathon itself. So we're already, what did that say, 61 something into the subathon goals. So we'll have unlocked that. But if we hit the next goal, which is $100, we'll get whatever I've already promised or will be promising, because I don't think I've actually filled out $100 yet for the thing. I've been a bit lazy about figuring things out. But anyway, if we hit that $100 goal before the end of this stream, and when I say before the end, I mean before I switch to the end scene. Basically, my PS3 has to still be on, and I have to still be playing it to some degree. If we hit that $100 goal, which is only about $40 away, by that point tonight, I will throw in, after the 69 lap race is done, race, quote unquote, I will throw in 1 lap of Circuito de la Sierra, I believe it is. It's not much. I will use a slower car. I know it's not much, but just an extra goal, extra thing I can do while I've got the PS3 set up. That is a very long lap, but I'm not familiar with the track, so with a slower car, it will take a little while to get around it. So, yeah, just an extra goal, if you want. Of course, if you want to hit that goal more easily, tips are the most efficient method, as they're 1-to-1. And if you were to tip $40 straight up, that would add, 160 minutes to the subathon? Which is just over 2.5 hours. So, yeah. Of course, you don't have to tip $40 all in one go. Do as you wish, or, just, if you wish to do nothing at all, do nothing at all. Subs and bits also count towards the goal, but tips are the most efficient. Anyway, back to here as I wait for my capture to finish loading. There we go. You saw it instantly. I had to wait for my display to refresh. And, let's resume, I guess. Is it just me, or is there like a weird line coming off of the front of the car just constantly traveling with it? I'm noticing. Just always there. Huh. That's interesting. Hopefully a game issue and not a display issue. Hopefully not an issue that will crash the game, though. I don't want to redo this. Definitely feel like there's a bit of rendering weirdness. Oh, maybe that was always there and I'm only just noticing it now because I stepped away for a while. Hard to say. Yeah, I definitely needed that break, though. Being able to get up and away from the computer for a little bit was great. Also got more water, which will be helpful. I went down to second gear for some reason. It didn't help. Yeah, I didn't miss this sound, though, that's for sure. Whoops. Have we seen how far back the AI are? Has that already come through? I mean, I know it's 6 laps. I wanted to see at what point around the track it came through, but I might have already missed it. I wasn't paying enough attention. Yeah, I guess just to continue on with the bonus goal that I mentioned. Circuito de la Sierra, if that's its actual name, is, again, quite long. I think it's longer than the Nordschleife. And it's something that I am not that familiar with. You know, it was added in later on in GT6's lifespan. Towards the end, I think, honestly. And, well, I'm not sure it's even available in a regular game mode. It might only be limited to its special event setup. It's really hard to scratch an itch when that requires taking one of your hands off the controller. Anyway, it's a very long lap. Again, it's a lap I do not know all that well, if at all. In fact, there's sections I would recognize of it, but that's it. Bonk. So I just figured, you know, I'm rather keen to just shut the PS3 off and be done with it for the night. So, hey, a bit more suffering if you'd like it. Bit longer stream on this already about 6 hour long stream in the end. Actually, it's going to be over 6 hours with that break. Easily over 6 hours. It was always going to be over 6. It might even be closer to 7 at this point. I'd like to be done by 1 though, but hey, if you help hit that $100 goal, you'll unlock not only whatever for the subathon, you'll increase the timer for the subathon and unlock the extra lap of Sierra. That course. I know it's Sierra, at the very least. I just forget the first bit of it for sure. And I'm not sure if that's actually in GT7. I don't think it was ever added to GT Sport, certainly. But if it's not in GT7, then that means it's actually a GT6 exclusive. Though I feel like I've seen it for somewhere else, like Assetto. Like a mod. Which means somebody will have extracted it out of a game. Whoops. I don't know how many GT6 tracks are actually out there. Especially for Assetto, specifically. I'm sure there's some. But I feel like there's been more GT4, or GT Sport tracks rather than GT6. Damn it, OBS. Okay, there's the indicator. -6 laps there, so... Yeah, definitely gonna put him down to -7 laps. I think -8 is too far away, though, for 69 laps. No, actually. They'll go down to -8 laps. I think -9 is too far away. That's what I meant to say. And this wonderful uphill section that always just wants to murder your ear holes because, Jesus Christ, that is a terrible sounding note for the engine to be making, but unfortunately that's just where the RPM sits, going up that hill. Only so much I can do about it. Total elapsed time 420. Over 420 even. Really, Windows, thank you for letting me know that there's probably a Windows update that needs doing after you fucking ruined the encoding for a while earlier in the stream. Thank you so much for that. I don't even know for sure that it was Windows Update. But again, as soon as I closed the Windows Update process, it stopped. So, a good indication. The weird thing is, though, that I have it set to notify to download, so it won't auto-download stuff. Or it shouldn't auto-download stuff. It waits until I give it the okay to download. Because again, I have Windows in a very controlled state. Because I can, basically. I have Windows 10 Pro, and so long as this Pro key continues to work, I am going to take advantage of that. I don't disable Windows Update completely, but I do at least make it very difficult for Windows to do anything in regards to updates without my approval. And because of how the OS is built, Windows or Microsoft would literally need to forcibly disable or bypass certain group policy flags. Which, they haven't done so far. But, yeah. It is a safe bet to blame Windows Update. It's not like it should be a disk defrag in the background or anything. That could, in theory, cause issues if the disk that it's trying to render to is being hit. In theory, at least. But it wouldn't do that. Also, that last lap was a 447, I just noticed. There you go, sub 450. I easily beat it last lap, too. Oh, probably kiosk. I mean, as I alluded to earlier, the August update actually fucked up my start menu. I use a third-party menu called OpenShell, which is just basically a continuation of Classic Shell. But anyway, it allows me to have a Windows 7 start menu in Windows 10. And it works for Windows 11 as well, but the problem is, in at least Windows 10, after the August update, on the primary display only, the menu is very laggy. Like, if you are in a full-screen window, for instance, you hit the home key, you will see the taskbar appear, you will see the start button light up, you will see a backdrop for the start menu appear, and then the menu will finally appear. Like, it goes in visible steps. It's very slow to react for some reason. It's not dropping inputs, mind you. You can press start and then start typing. And it'll pick it all up, but it's just very slow to respond. But again, only on the primary display. Secondaries? Fine. So, yeah, that's great. Somebody's already reported it to the OpenShell GitHub, but doesn't look like there's necessarily been anything done for it to fix it. Certainly no updates recently. Hopefully that gets fixed sooner than not, but we'll see. Because it's really annoying. Again, it's not that it's not functioning, it's just very slow to react. Invisibly having it load in stages is not ideal. Like, it does it even if you're not in full screen. I just use that as an example because when in full screen you have the additional step of the taskbar being brought into view before the start menu starts to open. So it delays everything else as a result. That was terrible. The stock Windows menu, start menu, works just fine, of course. Not that I care to use it. It's gonna be so nice reinstalling Windows the next time that I actually do that, which again won't be this year, if everything goes according to plan, because Windows 10 ESU. But, you know, finding out about unattend or auto unattend .xml, I think it is, and just having that easier way of basically setting up the OS ahead of time, including having it being able to run installers for you, which I'll probably still do manually, but just having that option is going to make installing the OS so much nicer. Who needs to uninstall bloat after the fact when you can just not have it installed in the first place? Dealing with Windows 11's bullshit to get a local account? Nah, just force it to let you create a local account right off the bat. Just don't even prompt about all the telemetry bullshit. Just have it disabled from the beginning. And all those useless apps, again, just don't install them. Among many other things. Heck, the one generator page I think that's out there actually has a built-in script that you can add just by default that auto-installs Firefox and sets it as your default browser. Again, I would still probably do it myself, but having that option just built in to the template of like, yep, just install the browser and auto set it. Or some people might prefer Chrome or, you know, other versions of browsers, like some sort of Chromium browser, or maybe even one of Firefox or such, you know. Fair enough. You can tweak the script to do as you wish, probably. But it's there by default, right? You don't have to select it, obviously. But it's just there by default if you want it. And there's options to put in other PowerShell scripts as well. Because, hey, you know what that tool is actually supposed to be for? The unattend file? Mass setting up of desktops or computers in the same way. You know, like you might find at a workplace or a school or something, but it's available to the end users as well, they just need to know about it. right, Kiosk? The fact that it's pretty much just some Chromium browser or Firefox, for Windows at least, is not great. Yeah, Geeson, shut up. Yeah, I wouldn't count Safari either. If you're on Mac OS, that's one thing, but Windows, is it even for Windows at this point? If it was, it would probably be just Chromium based anyway. Because everything is. Yeah, like, even Edge is switched over to Chromium. But if you're on Windows, basically your choices are Chromium browser, Chromium core browser, or Firefox core browser, and that's it. And while there are good Chromium-based browsers out there, given how much pull Google has on the project, that's not necessarily the best thing in the world, even if you're not using Chrome, you know? And I'm not saying Firefox is bad, just more competition better. Well, guess who we're going to be catching soon? Sooner if I don't go off track. Oh, why did you keep spinning? Thank you. That's only the second car reset, mind you, in the last 4.5 hours. Screen certainly does get a little shaky down the straight, doesn't it? Probably because it's getting unhappy with the car bottoming out, if I had to guess. Yeah, there's some sort of NVIDIA Intel collaboration, cooperation thing going on now. Which, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Shut up, Google. Yeah, the ARC cards, I mean, they're obviously not going to compete with the higher end 50 series NVIDIA cards or such. Maybe not even with the AMD's offerings completely, but it's not like they're bad either. And they're on the cheaper end as well for the most part, so that alone makes them worth entertaining. Plus with the A series of GPUs, you know, cheap edition of AV1 encoding to your system. Yeah, that's pretty nice, isn't it? If I want to encode everything or anything in AV1, I have to brute force it with my CPU. 20 series doesn't support encoding. You didn't get that until 40 series with NVIDIA. But how expensive is a 40 or a 50 series card, you know? Versus like an ARC A3 something or 5 something? I think those all existed? I don't remember. You know, it was a lot cheaper option to get AV1 encoding if you wanted it and could afford it and could, you know, actually get it in your computer. There's a market for it. Might not be the biggest market, but if you're not playing the latest AAA titles and you don't necessarily need ray tracing or you don't care about things looking the absolute best that they could, and you're not bothered by the lack of fake frames, then they're not bad options. And again, competition in the market is always a good thing. I want competition. Prevents stagnation, or helps prevent stagnation at least. And also helps to, well, at least used to help with keeping prices down. Whoops. These days, the prices are fucked. Regardless, but anyway. God, they just sit in the middle of the fucking track. I set up to go around the outside, OBS please. And there's just a car in the middle of the track blocking both the inside and the outside. And there's one for your YouTube corner cameras. Hope they were looking down the track though. Well, you know, I complained about them being in the middle of the track. They are a long ways back from 5th place. I did not set that up well enough to even consider going anywhere near flat out. It's a very well-known corner kiosk for not just one person necessarily, but was it auto addiction, I think? But yeah, there are a number of videos from people set up at that corner just watching cars have issues around that part of the track. It's a very common problem spot. And there's just, like, literally, you could look up Nürburgring crash compilation and guarantee you most of the videos you'll find are from that corner. Coming through. Yeah, so I don't know what the actual turn name is or what people tend to call it, but I just call it YouTube Corner because it's that one corner that everybody knows because of all the YouTube videos. Stupid AI. Oh, the screen tearing. I am not going to miss the screen tearing. I hate screen tearing. Absolutely hate it. I'm only putting up with it because I don't have a choice. You know how far back second is? At this point, maybe 7 laps? No. 6 laps. Barely. I say that because, look, there's a car ahead still. Yeah, I imagine it's just my display kiosk. Okay, now they're 7 laps down. Yeah, the issue I imagine I'm having is that, well, long story short, I'm playing on a PS3. Yeah, something like that, Dingle. I'm playing on a PS3, which doesn't support VRR, on a monitor that has VRR, so it's not activating, but as a result, it's targeting a single frame rate, but this is a PS3 game that doesn't target 30 FPS. Resolution 1920 by 1080, refresh rate 60 Hz. But the game is not running at 60 Hz most of the time, because it's 60 FPS, because it's a PS3 game. Gran Turismo 6 is capable of running at up to 60 frames per second, but if you want a 60 FPS experience, drop down to 720p. You're not going to get it very reliably at 1080p. Especially not at the Nordschleife. No, you can get it in races as well, Kiosk, and replays. But again, mostly it's 720p. 1080p 60 is possible, but not as easily achievable, because we're still talking about a PS3 here. It's that whole thing about, you know, being late on in the console's lifespan. They were able to really squeeze the performance out of it at this point, being as familiar with the hardware as they were at that point. Came a long way since GT5 Prologue. Maybe if I'm nice, I'll restart the game and you can actually watch the opening sequence without audio at 60 FPS. Probably not. But the opening sequence is 60 FPS. Just to really drive home the fact that, yes, this game does run at up to 60 frames per second. Not a very common thing on the PS3. Certainly not for the bigger titles. Yeah, no, it's a very unique processor. So it took developers a long time to really get the hang of using it. And then it was completely useless, that knowledge, because the PS4 used a CPU that was not too dissimilar from a computer CPU. Much closer to a computer CPU, x86 CPU, than whatever the hell this cell processor was. Keep in mind, I don't entirely know what I'm talking about, only vaguely, so if I get any of the more specific details wrong, that's why. Which is why I'm trying to be vaguely, well, vague. Trying to be vague about what I'm saying. Yeah, Kiosk. That too. 7 laps. To second, in case that wasn't obvious. Yeah, the cell processor that is in the PS3, the heart of the PS3, is just ridiculous. Sony went all in on it, and it was somewhat of a flop. But it was still impressive. The RISC chip? Yeah, that sounds right. It's not x86, that's for sure. Maybe not any chip, Kiosk, considering, you know, there are other options, but maybe, I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the subject to really say yes or no for sure. Bounced off the inside curb. Curbs are nasty, but with the turn-in of this thing being as ridiculous as it is, sometimes difficult not to hit them. Oh, and of course, just to mention this, don't forget, you know, it's not just the cell processor. CPU and RSX. Multiple chips at play. But that was actually pretty normal in the past. For PlayStation at least, I think it was the PS4 that finally did away with having two main processors and instead having a singular APU. Again, getting into the more x86 architecture side of things instead of, well, as you said, RISC. OBS, please. And on top of that, the earliest PS3s actually had two more processors on them, because PS2 backwards compatibility. Although in theory, I can actually play my PS2 games on my PS3, it would just be emulated. I've not looked into that too much, but it is theoretically possible. So if I'm gonna emulate it, I might as well just do it on PC at that point. You know? Unless the PS3 OS has the BIOS built into it, and so it just kind of works. Yeah, kiosk. There were three main versions of the FAT model. The original, which had all of the card slots and the extra USB ports, as well as both of the PS2 chips. There was the middle version, which did away with one of the two PS2 chips, and I think also lacked the extra ports? Or maybe only some of them lacked it? I don't remember exactly, but there was one that only had one PS2 chip, and then there was my version, which has none of the extra ports and none of the PS2 chips. Nope, there were FAT models that did not have PS2 backwards compatibility. I don't know if I still do, but at one point I actually had the PS2 memory card compatibility set up. Yeah, they'd let you install that regardless of your system. But put a PS2 game in there, and nope. Again, it's not because the system can't read the disc, it's just because it doesn't have the processors to handle playing it. I've dumped my PS2 games via my PS3. Can read the disc just fine. Oh, that's the other problem. I think for emulation, you have to have the game on physical media. And by physical media, I mean like internal storage. And not like on the disc, reading from it actively. So, you know, doing it on a PS3 through emulation at that point, like, just... It might be DRM. Although with a hacked console, I feel like that's less of an issue, but it's still... You know, considering that my console is hacked and I still couldn't bypass the DRM HTCP bullshit without external hardware. No. PS2 was DVD, yes. PS1 was CD, PS2 was DVD, PS3 was Blu-ray. Plus digital. Although I think there was some level of support for digital on PS2 as well. I mean, after all, the hard drive existed for the fat PS2. Ah, touch the curb. Yeah, and the fact that you could just stick PS1 games, in some PS1 games at least, into a CD player and listen to their soundtrack as well. Or, you know, just do it through the PS1 itself. That was pretty cool. I don't think that was a feature for every single game, but certainly some of them. I remember doing it with my PS1. Oh, PlayStation. It wasn't a PS1, it was a PlayStation. Yeah, just looping back a little. As a reminder, I shouldn't be able to stream this to you right now because I am running off of real hardware. But it turns out that if you just have the right hardware on the output side, you can strip out that HTCP signal and make it so that capture cards actually work. PS3. Because HTCP is baked into the hardware on PS3, so you cannot normally bypass it, even with a hacked console, which is fucking stupid. And they fortunately changed that for the PS4, but the PS3s, nope, you need an extra piece of hardware to bypass it. Which I have. Do they call it a Nintendo now instead, Kiosk? They understand a Switch is a Switch, but what if the Switch is not the Switch you are thinking it is? Xboxes were Sony's. Okay. Yeah, well, as you get older, you don't care as much about newer shit sometimes. Especially if you don't have any interest in it in the first place, so... It's not as though I don't get it, this whole getting older thing. Oh, we're just past midnight. Goody. I've still got an hour to go. As a reminder, if anybody wants to help out further tonight while the time being added to the subathon timer is still doubled, if we hit that $100 mark, which is just under $40 away, I will do an extra lap at the end of this, not on the Nordschleife, but on... Again, I'm probably using the wrong name. But Circuito de la Sierra, I believe, and my pronunciation is slightly off, I know that. I don't speak Spanish or any other language really other than English. But I will do an extra lap of that track with a slower vehicle, and if you don't know, I believe, certainly feels like it just from memory, but I believe it's at least of similar length, if not longer, than the Nordschleife. Only one lap, but I'll have already done 69 laps of the Nordschleife at that point. And you blame me for not wanting to do more? You got denied by the curb again, and spinning. How did they get stuck on Sony? Interesting. The first two Nintendo consoles, but nope, everything's a Sony. Maybe they were just sick of Nintendo before it was cool. Something. Almost too much there. Don't go over that curb. God damn it. Oh, you want to talk about being ahead of the curve, if you will. I was looking at the Pokemon subreddit the other day. I know, why would I ever do that? But there was something on there about the Gen 7 games. I don't remember exactly, but maybe it wasn't about them, but, you know, they were brought up, so the Alolan games. And there was somebody there who was, you know, saying that they were good games and whatnot, and comment responding to them is, oh boy, here we go again. You know, yet another wave of... This generation was actually a lot better than people make it out to be. Another wave of that. We've gone through it for Gen 5, gone through it for Gen 6. About time Gen 7 had its time in the, it was better than it was spotlight, right? Meanwhile, I'm just here like, they've always been good. Like, very handholdy, yes, but if you look past that stuff, they were quite good games. Though the story was better in the originals. Yeah, so you won't hear me going, well, actually, you know what? On them. I've just always been saying that. Admittedly, Gen 7 was the generation with which I really got back into the Pokemon series with. Technically, it was Oris, but I only got to experience Sun and Moon from the very beginning. Like, from the very first announcement. That was the first game with which I got to experience everything from the start. And you betcha I was playing on release day. Even though I knew most of what was going on with the games by that point. Ah! My nose itches, and so I was trying to scratch it, but controls, and I bumped the right stick, which again, just looking that way now. My nose still kind of itches. Oh yeah, kiosk. The biggest thing was the hand-holding. Like, the tutorial section of it, if you will, took so long to get out of. Not that, you know, Scarlet and Violet are much better in that regard. But it was literally a case of seemingly so often you'd walk 30 feet and you'd be in another cutscene. And then you get out of that, you walk another 30 feet and be in another cutscene. So, and that wasn't the only thing, but there was a lot of hand-holding, there was a lot of cutscenes, and just general taking the player out of what they're trying to do. Plus, there was the backlash against, okay, 2016, here's Sun and Moon, and 2017, here's Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Not only are you getting a third version, but you're getting a pair of third versions. The year after the originals came out. People were not amused by that. The enhanced versions, if you will, were better for the most part. Again, the story was better in the originals, but... and that's not an uncommon opinion, actually, so... while that is my opinion, it is one that you'll hear a fair amount from the people who have played both of the original and the Ultras. But yeah, even when I revisit it, despite enjoying those games, I still tend to space them out. You know, I don't want to play through them all that often. Versus like Gen 2 or Gen 3, Crystal or Emerald, I could replay those pretty quickly, one after the other. Heck, I've done it with Crystal. The item randomizers and such. Could never do that with Gen 7. Speedrunning Gen 7 just sounds like pain. Heck, you know, I talk about how long the intro is for Gen 7, the tutorial bit, if you will. It's actually so bad in Scarlet and Violet that they just agreed in the speedrunning community that the first 50 minutes or so of gameplay just doesn't count. And so speedruns actually start when you finally are allowed to leave Mesa Goza. That intro part of the game, yeah, just skip that. That doesn't count towards the timer at all. We'll just start from Mesa Goza. Because it legitimately takes almost an hour to get through that first part of the game. So they just cut it out of the timing. They didn't do that for Gen 7, but... yeah, I don't know. They just didn't. Probably Kiosk, yeah. Well, just remember, if you were going to speedrun Scarlet or Violet, you'd want to do Scarlet because it is faster, and again, this is pre-Switch 2, it is faster than Violet. Because Miraidon. Because Miraidon has the boost effect to it, and the, like, rocket sort of effect to it, it is slower. Miraidon, being a simpler model in some ways, allows the game to run better. Yeah, it was like a 10-minute difference, I think. It was crazy how much faster Koraidon was over Miraidon. Purple. Kiosk. Violet. Miraidon. Future. I mean, I won't say that my copy of Violet runs super well, though I have it on a game cart, so that probably helped a little bit. As opposed to having it digitally. But I'm also specifically referring to not being at areas like Lagtree Thicket or Casseroya Lake or the top of the mountain in Kitakami. And that's not to say I never see any lag, because, oh yeah, it happens. Just zoom the camera out and then look outwards away from you. That was terrible. guaranteed you'll have lag. It's just how the game works on Switch. And not that there's a performance difference, but keep in mind, I have the Switch V2, which is basically just power efficiency, not performance improvements. Went to class and had lag. Yeah. They couldn't make all the classmates animate smoothly without it lagging, so they just made them animate not smoothly. And yikes. Oh, and there's just general lag on top of that as well. Yep, that makes sense. Trying to select the answers, it lagged. Yep, that sounds about right. I kind of zoomed through the classes after the fact, so I don't even remember much about them. I just wanted to complete whatever those side quests were for the stories, or for the teacher. I don't even remember why you need to complete them. Like, I think the history teacher, she gives you hints on the treasures of ruin, not that I didn't discover most of them by myself. I think I found the south, east, and northwest treasures of ruins by myself. Not sure if I ever found southwest or northeast, though. Northeast, probably not, because who the fuck would go up there? Southwest, it was around the back edge, and since we didn't have flight at that point, only gliding. It's nice having those icons on the map, though, because they're fly points. Yep, that was grass. Nice recovery, though. Yeah, I feel like there's some benefit to all of them. And I think they're also necessary for... Oh, look what's ahead. They're necessary for the Blueberry Academy stuff. Inviting them over as guests. I think that's necessary. Like, you have to befriend the teachers in order for them to be able to travel. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Oh yeah, let me just fly from the Iberian Peninsula over to the New York City area and then travel off the coast, if not, you know, just doing it all in one motion to get from Paldea to Blueberry Academy. Just casually invite a teacher over and they actually do that, or a gym leader. Like, it's no big deal. Kind of crazy when you think about it, but hey, welcome to the Pokemon universe. Give me this sock. Blueberry Academy is somewhere off the coast of Unova. I mean, it's a lot closer than traveling from Iberia to Kitakami. Well, I say Iberia, Paldea to Kitakami, which is, you know, Iberian Peninsula area in theory, to well north of Kanto, but still south of Sinnoh. I believe there is a real-life Kitakami somewhere in Japan, on the northern end of the main island, but it's not as far north as video game Kitakami is meant to be, I believe. I don't remember at this point. I mean, that basically is what happens, although I don't know if you actually tell your mother about it. Maybe Clavel handles that for you? I don't remember. And then there's the trip to Blueberry Academy in the off the coast of the U.S., quote unquote. And then you're just traveling back and forth between the three places freely once you've been to either of them. Yeah, Pokemon is weird when you really start thinking about it. Sitting in the middle of the track such that I can't get a clean overtake. Whoops, I bumped the right stick again. Idiot. Yeah, you know, it's funny, they did all this Gen 5 teasing, essentially, with the Scarlet Violet DLC. And then, what's the Legends game but Gen 6? No sign of Gen 5 remakes. But that's okay in my mind, because don't touch Gen 5, they're good as they are, thanks. Considering how BDSP went, don't you dare fucking do that to Gen 5. Also, was that all three of them? It didn't take long. Well, all five of them, technically, but... which one, kiosk? I would assume Paldea's school. Because, yeah, things were kinda not great there. Let's say yes. I mean, Blueberry Academy is literally an academy that is effectively underwater off the coast, so I'd say they're not in debt, most likely, but Paldea is much more questionable. Considering the whole Team Star situation and what happened with all the staff members when that all originally kicked off. Yeah, that... Things are very weird in the Paldea region. 8 laps. I mean, Kiosk 1, they wouldn't be asking the students for tuition, they'd be asking the parents, most of the time at least. There are definitely some older looking students attending the academy. But also, by the time that the story starts, you're already enrolled as a student, so I'd assume that anything that needed taking care of financially was already dealt with by that point. Also, only 6 and a bit laps to go, yay! Which also means only 6 and a bit laps to get that extra goal. $100, like it says in the bottom left. I'll do an extra lap, not of here, but of Circuito de la Sierra, or whatever it's called. Just because. Also, I could use the money, so if you can help out and do it in tips, please do. It all goes towards the subathon, don't forget. But it also helps me out right now. Yeah, it is kind of tiny in the bottom left, but to be fair, that's the point. It's meant to be subtle. Because it's not really what you're supposed to be looking at. I had an itch to scratch. I also only introduced that goal after my break at about the 50 lap mark. Yeah, I think it was just the end of lap 50. I took a 10-15 minute long break and decided, hey, you know what? There's an extra goal. If we hit the $40 away goal at 100 and it's atrocious lap times. You know what? My lap times are fine, thank you very much. But yeah, if the $100 goal is hit, not only will that unlock the $100 goal for the subathon and add, what is it, like another over 2.5 hours at this point? I think $40 is 160 minutes, so 2 hours 40. Yeah, I think I'm doing that mental math right. If I'm not, it's 12:22. So, cut me some slack. But also, after having done, well, after ultimately having done 69 laps of the Nordschleife in this ridiculous thing, you really think I want to do another long lap of a track I don't know? So, adds time to the subathon timer. It ups the counter so that we've already unlocked 2 of the goals. And I think there's also a sub goal that was hit technically earlier as well. Not that I've decided on what those goals are going to be quite yet. But yeah, it also does the extra lap of the really long track. Probably not actually that long. I'm just making it sound like it's a longer lap than it actually is, but I remember it being very long. So. Either way, I just want to be done. But again, that extra incentive of the $100 goal being met thing only lasts through until I get to the end screen. My PS3 is turned off. And of course, the 2x contributions towards the subathon timer, which the subathon starts next Wednesday, probably, that only lasts through the end of tonight, so yeah. Do as you will with that info. All bits, tips, and subs count towards it. Tips are obviously the most efficient, but if you've got the bits, they're 1-to-1 for me. And subs, of course, gifting subs to other people is always a kind thing to do. And, you know, subscribing yourself if you don't already have a sub, blah 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 blah, you know the drill. Subs are discounted as well currently for yourself as well. Up to 30% off with a 6-month subscription. And next week, once the subathon is started, and it will be lasting plenty long, you contribute enough subs, like, what is it, 5 gift subs all at once? That adds bonus subs from Twitch. Well, Valorant, I think it was. Was it Valorant again this year? Something like that. It's not Valorant, then some other company. I think it's been Valorant in past years, though, and I think I remember it being this year. Either way, it's not technically Twitch themselves contributing the subs, but close enough. And yeah, Flake, and I get it, because that's the situation I'm in as well. I guess also to reiterate, if you're wondering what this money will go towards, my pockets. Yeah, I'd love to help out a charity of some description, but unfortunately I need the money for myself. I've talked about this a bit as of late, a couple times tonight. Currently, not only are the batteries in my UPS dead, I actually this past Friday, technically Saturday, had it just full-on continuous beep at me. Not like actual beeping, but just a constant tone to say, hey, there's a fault with the batteries, which is typically just associated with dead batteries, turns out. Surprise, surprise, I already knew that. And the fact that a power blip actually put it on battery backup and it didn't last more than a second, and my computer went off. Forcibly. So yeah, I need to replace the batteries in that, which is like $100. But on top of that, more importantly, I need a new battery for my car. And that's potentially as high as, well, in theory, it could go above $250, but let's just say it's around $200. I think I can get for a little bit less than 200, but yeah. Technically, I did see a battery around 100, but when everything else is like 150 plus, and 150 is a low estimate, mind you, I think they were more like 180 plus. Yeah, no. I'm broke, but I ain't stupid. Much as I need a new battery, I'm not that desperate. Something, you get what you pay for, so. Yeah, I need that, plus I need bills paid, plus other things. So. Yeah, that's what the money would go towards, but again, there are goals that are unlocked as we get higher up the list of stuff, and I haven't determined what all the goals are, but more commitments from me, not of this caliber, not yet, at least. Ouch, Flyken. Yeah, if the alternator or something else critical like that died on my car, that, you know, isn't a battery that I can kind of just limp along with for the time being, yeah. Hey, insurance company, yeah, I need to not have insurance for a while because this car ain't going anywhere. Probably not actually doing that, but I'd definitely consider it. Might cause some headaches otherwise, but no point in paying insurance on a car that can't drive, right? Although that's essentially kind of what my car is currently, and it's not like I drive it much anyway, but whatever. Five to go. I steered too far to the right there for a little bit. Yeah, and there's Kofi Streambot just to remind you that, hey, if you want to send a tip in, here's the link. Good timing. I'd already been done talking about it for a little bit already, but, you know. Close enough, right? That was shit. Alright, Flyken, thanks for hanging out for a little bit. Have a good one. Yeah, that was too fast out of there. Yeah, just because that's miss doesn't mean you should actually hit the curb. Especially with this car. Now the question is, with them that far behind, that was very well timed and unintentionally so, but with them that far behind, can I get around the track enough times to put them down 9 laps? And more specifically, can I get around to put them all down 9 laps? Because I think it's going to be close. Can't believe it's been almost 5.5 hours I've been doing this. Not continuously, of course. But mostly continuously. I've only taken one long break and a couple of shorter breaks. Granted, a couple of them were from issues that weren't of my doing. I still don't understand how the Ko-fi audio was set to be outputting to both and it somehow didn't play. I heard it. But why didn't it show? Oh god, the long enduros in B-spec mode. Yeah, I certainly remember having done some of them in GT4, specifically with the AI driving for you. I don't think I ever attempted many myself. Because, yeah. I don't think I ever did any in GT3, really. But yeah, B-spec mode was definitely nice for doing those, because, like, how else were you supposed to do them realistically? Like, in theory you could, but in reality? Ain't nobody got time for that. And no, I'm not adding a goal to do 24-hour race in A-spec mode. Absolutely not. Before anybody gets that idea. Like, if I was to do that, it would have to be, like, 6 hours on, 12 hours off, 6 hours on, or, like, 6 on, 6 off, 6 on, 6 off, sort of thing. Gateway-inspired oval. Gateway-inspired oval? Bingo? I mean, I'm not familiar with Gateway anyway. Like, I know it exists, but I'm not familiar with the layout. The only ovals I can think of are the Test Track and Motegi. One turn was a larger radius than the other. Oh, you mean the not Motegi knockoff? Because I'm pretty sure that was but wasn't Motegi until it finally was Motegi. I mean, if it's the same general idea, then fair enough, but I would think that a Japanese development company is probably using their home track rather than one in the US as a reference. Especially since I'm pretty sure that one had been around for a while. But regardless. Bonk. Things in OBS shifted. As one of the things hit 1 hour, and so that condensed it. You should be able to, Storm. It might not be the simplest thing, but I know, like, for me, I've got one of the 7000 series Slim PS2s, which are, like, specifically, or 70,000 series, I forget, but, like, the specific one that I have is the one that you want for modding purposes. But I think all the Slim PS2s, at the very least, were affected by FreeMic Boot, which allows you to have FreeMic, not FreeMic Boot, FreeMic DVD or something? I don't remember exactly, but it's like a DVD-based exploit for being able to, like, do things like dump BIOS, probably save data off of memory cards. And there are, you know, memory cards that have exploits on them and stuff like that. But at least, if you're the sort of person that has some unburnt DVDs lying around, the DVD version of the exploit, if you've got the equipment and the right PS2, is free, quote-unquote. I've got some spare DVDs. And CDs. Yep, unburnt DVDs and CDs. Heck, I think they're even LightScribe. At least some of them are. Anybody remember LightScribe? Free to go. Yeah, I've looked into it, but I've just been lazy about doing anything with it because I don't have an easy access DVD drive. So burning the DVD is not impossible, just annoying. So I haven't done it. Plus, none of my 3 displays support analog out, which is also a problem. I don't feel like pulling my TV out constantly. Yeah, Storm, exactly. I've got a couple of unused stacks myself, so. Such a waste, but also nice to have. Yeah, your 5 1/4-inch drive. I don't have one of them. I don't have the bay for it. Namely, to play RCT1, 2. Can you reset me? No? Okay. It reset me 2 other times when I was facing the wrong way, and it didn't want to do it there. But yeah, fair enough, Storm. I could do the same as well, but obviously I can't do it the exact same way. However, if I actually get out my old laptop, or the Optiplex I guess might be able to do it, I can just rip the disc to my hard drive and then mount them digitally, and then good enough. Yeah, Dingle, that would not have been funny. Yeah, Native 5 1/4 inch bays are definitely getting harder and harder to come by, aren't they? Yeah, I know, it'd be hilarious for you guys. Also, you know what? Here, I'll do an extra thing. If we hit that 100 goal, I'll do 3 extra laps instead of just 1. How about that? I don't need the money. You do. Well, no, wait. Never mind that. Don't let the stream end or something. Good, my PS3 could probably use a break. Storm Fractal Pop. They have 5 1/4 inch bays. They're not the only one, but that's the one that comes to mind that I actively know have them. I think they came out in like 2022, the Pop series. So they're not brand new, obviously, but close enough. They're out there. You just have to look for them. I know because I ended up building my mother a PC and I needed a case that had a 5 1/4 inch bay. She wanted a 5 1/4 inch drive. I remember that was one of the options. Hitting those apex curbs is really deadly. Yeah, I imagine they probably, wow, okay, come down a little bit in price. That's when I saw them, because I think when I was looking for cases for my mother, they were like $100. Yeah, Blu-ray players are harder to come by, aren't they? I've got 2 of them. I'm actually using one of them right now. Not even kidding either. I just heard the Blu-ray drive actually make a noise too. The C-CAD's moving about. Yeah, used PS3 is not a bad choice, but if you want it for your computer, obviously that's not going to help you very much. My old laptop from like well, it was a 2011 model, but I didn't get it. Well, it was a Christmas gift, however, I didn't get it until the new year. Because basically the deal was they didn't want to give me the laptop until I knew that it would be sufficient for my needs in college, so it's like, we're going to give you this, but make sure that it works for any of the colleges you're applying to. Once you've done that and verified that it's sufficient, then we'll give it to you. So, it took a couple of extra weeks. Yeah, if it's just 4K Blu-rays, I would think a PS3 should be sufficient, but then again, does the PS3 support 4K native output? It's not going to support HDR, that's for sure. Heck, even if it did, the HDMI standard on it is probably too old to support proper 4K 30. Maybe not 30, but certainly 60. Anyway, my old laptop, the one that I started out college with, that's got a Blu-ray drive in it. Granted, interfacing with that drive might not be the easiest thing in the world, but Windows should be good enough for it for the most part. But anyway, it's got a Blu-ray drive, so that's good on that front, I guess. So long as I still have that laptop, I guess. Consoles didn't until current gen? Oh boy. Not even the PS4 could help you out there. Alright, well. In that case, you just need a newer player. Yeah. PS3 works up until you mention 4K, and then... yeah, actually, never mind then. Yeah. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. The PS4 isn't exactly that new either. So, if it wasn't a forward-facing enough console, it kind of makes sense that, yeah, there's no 4K support. Six years too high of a gear. Yeah, it's a good thing to know at least, Storm. There's the straggler. Yes, I crashed because I was looking at the minimap. I don't think I'm fast enough to catch up before the end of the straight, because I don't think I have slipstream. No. Damn. I mean, I might catch up at the end of the straight, but not on the straight. I actually pulled away so much that the mini-map blip disappeared. Yoink. Final lap! Nice. Yeah, I'm not getting any suck down this straight, which means they're just pulling away. Super nice. They are, well, fifth. And fourth and third aren't too far ahead of them. Damn it. It's now a race to see if I can lap them all. Fuck you. See, it's not cheating though, because if I was still using a DualShock 3 or a DualShock 4, what I would do is I would actually have my drink over to the left, but because I usually use an Xbox controller, I have my drink to the right. Because that controller, I can actually drive solely with my left hand, and that includes acceleration and braking, versus PlayStation is just acceleration and turning. No braking. So I can't not pause with this. What you get for making me do it on the final lap. Just about. Was that all of them? Nope. Question answered immediately. Alright, you ready for me to get driven off the road because they just sit in the middle of it? Never mind. Hey, at least we're not sitting at the obnoxious RPM for a bit. Yeah, they did immediately prove me wrong, though I did cut across the grass a little bit. Anyway. Shut up, Windows. You can't hear it, but I sure can. And I hear it very loud because I had to crank my speakers in order to hear the damn game. What was that? Oh. The Bit Waster. Watch streak times 1. Instead of giving you bits for your watch streak, that one takes your bits away. Because Twitch doesn't allow you to have a watch streak of 1. Almost. Alright. And I think the answer to my question much earlier in the night is no, it does not remember all the skid marks on the road, because I'm pretty sure there were more in that turn. Which doesn't allow you to have a watch streak, period. Yeah, they'll make you think that you have one, and then suddenly it won't. It just won't. On a 47.996 on the final lap. It was not my fastest lap, but it was only off by a few tenths. There it is. Total distance, 893.19 miles. Just think, that would have been a faster lap without AI intervention. Because don't forget, I ended up going off the track somewhat significantly at one point because of the AI. Now wait for them to finish. I'll let them run for a little bit, but it's not going to finish until they actually go around another 9 or 10 laps. 5 hours, 46 minutes, 31.015 seconds. Also, I said it earlier, but screw it. Another $40-ish, just under $40, before I turn the PS3 off. I'll do 3 laps of Circuito de la Sierra, whatever it's called, in a slower car. It's a longer lap, and I want to put the PS3 away. So, oh, there, there it goes. And you're moving back over for the other one? Oh, I didn't do that. That's what the car looked like originally, mind you. God, that's loud. Immediately around the outside. No kiosk, but the other drivers might be from a dentist office. Now we get to watch it all again. Like hell we do. I just want to see how long it took me to get to the lead. Is that it? Nope. They were challenging to pass at times for the stupidest reasons. Oh, the frame rate. Bonk. 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 Out of the way! Oh, it took so long to get around that first AI. Alright, surely you get around in this turn, right? Yes, finally. No, do I not? Oh, there we go. That's all the control I have, though. Nothing else. I can look back, I can look back. Alright, anyway. Doesn't show the results. Nope. Doesn't show the results. I could save the replay. You know what? Screw it. Why not? I've got 5.8 gigabytes of space. Surely it'll fit on there. And my controller didn't die. I haven't plugged in the controller at all today, mind you. Yeah, I've got 0.3 gigabytes less now. Yep. And just to prove it, like, do you see tire wear in here? No tire wear. I don't think it's under here either. I mean, there's some settings for, like, you know, make it useful, but retry, no. Let's see. Oh, user created tracks. Hold on. Let me just make sure there's nothing. No, it's not gonna work. It's please waiting me. Really? Ethernet cable is not connected. Can't go any further without signing in. Yep. Oh, you know what? It would be under original, wouldn't it? There it is. Circuito de la Sierra. Yeah. 16.78 miles. That's the track that I would be driving. In theory as well, maybe? No. No, it doesn't seem to be reversed. Yeah, there's Special Stage Route X. Is the really long highway not in 6? Or is it considered a city circuit? It's probably city. Yeah, Special Stage Route 7. That's the other one that I was thinking of, the one that goes over the bridge. Or I'll just reverse. Except not for Special Stage Route 7, because no. Yeah, we do need some of these in AC. Maybe not this one. Let's see, there was also... Goodwood isn't a circuit, which is why I imagine it's blocked out. Yeah, Daytona's here, including Daytona Road. There's Indy, and yeah, Twin Ring Motegi Super Speedway. Got Circuit de la Sarthe, 2013, 2009, 2005, which is probably just the GT4 version, the GT5 version, and the GT6 version. And there's the full 24-hour circuit, which obviously I opted not to do. I only ever said Nordschleife, to be fair. All the rally stages. Not a lot of them in this. Onyx, though. Like, actually, you know what? Tiger Norman K-Trail. That is a ridiculous one. 4.45 miles of rally on a mountainside. But again, like, wrapping up now, so if anybody wants to help add those $40, whether through bits, tips, or subs, I'll, where was it? This one. I'll do a couple laps of this one. What did I say? 3 in the end? But gotta be now. Let's see, just to see. This should have updated. It did not update, though. Longest total distance should be much higher. Total distance went up, but the longest total distance on a single car should be much higher. But the bottom right did update. 1,042 miles. You know, just 800 some of those miles were tonight. So you know what I'll do, though? While waiting to see if anybody actually does do anything. No. Body rigidity is good. Oh, you know why? The stats are only counting in that instance. Career mode and online. It didn't count the arcade race's actual mileage. Because it was at 29 miles before. My ass, it's only got 29 miles. That's dumb. That car should be beat up as fuck. Oh well. That's kind of annoying. I was expecting it to be like, yeah, it's not in the best condition. But no, it's fine. It's fine. You know what? I do just want to see, even if nobody else is going to do anything. Car selection. Yeah. What do I want? Probably one of these if I can find it. You know what? Sure. Special Stage Route X. Yeah, sure, 2 laps, whatever. I'm not doing 2 laps. I'm waiting, but we would be waiting anyway. There we go. Gotta wait until it actually loads in fully. not 120. Yeah, just note the speed. Going this fast and it's still that reactive. You can see the front panels moving about. Oh, but it doesn't have an interior. Good old Vision GT. I don't think I can catch up to them. Surely not, even in a beginner race. Okay, never mind, they're stupid. It has all the inside weight taken out. Oh, wait, is it just me, or does that look like 60 FPS over there? Or at least a lot closer to it. Heck, if you're gonna have any track operating at 60 FPS, it's gonna be this one. Had one come along for the ride. Brake check. It's a Vision Gran Turismo car kiosk, which means it's fake. It's a fake concept that was just made because they could, as part of the Vision Gran Turismo series. Alright, I'm getting bored of this, and that's annoyingly loud. If I'd only done one lap, I might have finished it out, but... Was that wheel spin the entire way there? Yeah, you can see there's a bunch of body panels that move around on it. This is the fastest car in the game, full stop. Yeah, no, it... Again, Vision Gran Turismo. It's not supposed to be realistic necessarily. It's supposed to be a vision of the future or something. Anyway. Well, I ended up giving you a little bit extra, but no extra laps, I guess. But yeah, kiosk, you can see all these. Series of concept car designs from the world's leading manufacturers awarded to players to celebrate the 15th anniversary of the Gran Turismo series. The cars will gradually be unveiled here via Gran Turismo 6 online updates. Watch this space. Except, you know, yeah. What about these 12? Yeah. I mean, there were a fair amount. But... Oh, there were 3 of them. I actually forgot that there was a third. Vision... The Tomahawk S. The Tomahawk GTS R. And then what I was driving, the Tomahawk X. Yeah, Nike was on the list. No, I will not purchase it. I already own one, clearly. Anyway, save, which takes a minute. Kios, they do have a car, actually. In... Is it in GT6? It's in GT4, certainly. They what? I don't know what that might suggest, so let me just hide that. Well, that's not ideal. It might not be in GT6. I know it was in GT4. Would it be North America? I don't even know. I don't see it there. Get there. Not there, and... What the fuck is that? Yeah. Alright, well. To the end scene we go. I'm actually not going to turn off the PS3 immediately. Simply so that I can grab the disc. Once I've grabbed the disc, I'll shut it off. But effectively, that deal with the $100 total for the extra laps is done. I mean, if anybody wants to get the goal up to $100 now while the time is still being doubled, that's always an option. But what was it? $61.50 equivalent. I mean, if that's 1-to-1, that's an enormous amount of time on the timer. So expect the subathon to last like 2 weeks worth of streams, I guess. I don't remember what the last update from the bot was. That was what? The tip from Totally Not Geeson? Or was it? So if it was set to end initially at 11:20 a.m. and the end time was shifted to 11:26, well, no, 11:20 p.m. and it was shifted to 11:26 a.m., that means 12 hours of time was added? That's not right. But if anything, I think that's actually an underestimate. So, yeah, that's like over 12 hours worth of time added right there with tonight's contributions. Which, again, thank you, Predominant. Thank you, all the Anonymouses. And thank you, Not Geeson. I mean, look, you're going to include a pun with your tip. I'm going to say it's you even if it wasn't you. Just like the other gift subs weren't predominant, obviously. But regardless of who actually provided things, thank you guys very much for the contributions. Again, the subathon will most likely start next Wednesday on the 24th at the usual time. Yes, that's a Wednesday. Yes, that usually means Pokemon. No, I'm not going to play Pokemon. I'm thinking I might just take Monday off, honestly, because I'm starting the subathon in the middle of the week. Maybe I will move it back just because there's so many days now. I don't know. I'll think about it. But if I do start on Wednesday, I'll just cancel the Monday stream most likely to give me a couple of nights off since I'll be streaming a whole lot going forward. And then Wednesday will actually be the day that I continue Black Ops 2. That's my thoughts on the subject. But again, we'll see. I've got all weekend to figure it out, so just listen to the space, keep an eye on Discord, and so on and so forth, and you'll find out when the subathon starts. But otherwise, the next stream is going to be... Hey, it actually ended up working right. The next stream is going to be Assetto Corsa tomorrow night, probably. If EJ ends up bailing like he apparently might have said at some point, then I don't know. We'll see what happens. But in theory, at least, tomorrow night. And then the night after that for GTA. Damn it, bot. GTA. Those are the two next streams, both of which are technically questionable, but again, multiplayer content. And again, as a reminder for the subathon, once that does start, I will not be counting those weekend streams, Friday night, Saturday night streams, towards the subathon timer. Like, it's not going to count against it, but any contributions made during those streams. Basically, once the subathon starts, any contributions made during that time will always count. Versus right now, contributions will stop counting for a little bit before picking up once the subathon actually starts. So save your subs, save your bits, save your tips, although I feel like you probably are going to save them if you have any to give in the first place. So didn't contribute them tonight, certainly. Anyway. Yeah, the multiplayer streams will not count against the timer, but so long as the subathon is not ended, those streams will still be able to count towards adding to the timer. Just not taking away from it. Because I don't think it's entirely fair, and I do not want the timer running out during one of those streams. Because I'm not shutting the stream off. You know? I mean, I could, I would just keep recording. But regardless. Yeah, I'm not gonna end the stream, or I'm not gonna end the stream, so have fun looking at this screen for a while. No. I'm not gonna run any ads, I'm just gonna end it. It's almost 1:20 in the morning, I just want to log off for the night. I'm normally done, like, 2 hours ago, and I don't even typically stream on Thursday nights. That'll be changing next week, obviously, for at least a little while, but yeah, that's it. So, no ads, I'm just logging off. Anyway, that's going to do it for me tonight. Thank you everyone for watching, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Later.